Welcome to the Tuesday, July 7th, 2026 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. So if you're going to make a speaker request form, I ask that you get it to us ahead of time. Today, we're experiencing a little bit of some opportunities for challenges. So Pennington County recently discovered a cybersecurity incident impacting its network environment. Well, you'll notice today that is affecting what we're doing here today. We immediately shut down the environment as a precaution and are currently working with a team of forensic experts to fully understand the extent and implications of this incident and to restore operations with a safe and secure environment. We apologize to everybody and to ourselves for the operational disruption that this event may have caused or continues to cause until a safe restoration of services has been completed. Although we do not have much information to report at this time, our comprehensive assessment is ongoing and may span several weeks. Rest assured that we are very committed to sharing more information as soon as it becomes available. Pennington County remains fully committed to the protection of citizen and employee information system security and data privacy. So with that, we have a roll call. We're all here, so I'll call the meeting to order. And I'm going to give us a moment of silence to reflect on a country that's 250 years old. We've had a very successful celebration. The President of the United States visited Mount Rushmore, our sheriff, and people involved that kept him safe, and everything went well. So we'll do a moment of silence, and then I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's always an awesome feeling to do the Pledge of Allegiance and understand what the flag stands for all the people in our country. Not a particular government or anything like that, but the people. So we're going to review and approve the agenda. So I'm looking for Board of Commissioners using the consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and a vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items, and so I'm looking for movement on this agenda. So
move. Second.
we have a motion and a second to approve this agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. There's going to be a couple things that we may continue. Is that on this part, Brittany? Miss Brittany, is she here? So there is a variance that we're looking to probably continue. We had some technical problems trying to access some of the information. So if you're one of those people that are waiting to speak on that item, then that will be continued. That is the variance for the property in Hermosa, am I correct? Yeah, so that will be continued. We will be having brief discussions on some things we thought we would have longer discussions on because of the technical issues that we're experiencing. So, but with that being said, we will move on to item number 6, public comment per SD. Go ahead.
We need to approve the
Oh, that's
consent
right, we need to
agenda.
approve them. I just took them all, I approved them all myself, and I'd probably
All right.
be first. So we'll start with 5A, approve minutes of the regular meeting, June 16th.
Can we just wrap up the consent calendar?
Yeah, we'll just wrap it all up as one item, though. Okay. As long as nobody wants to remove anything, correct? Yep. So we're going to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we'll move on to item 6, public comment. So I am getting some public comment speakers here. So, I got a couple of them. So we'll start there, and there's a 3-minute time limit per person, and I'm gonna stick you to 3 minutes. A speaker request form is required. No commission action will be taken during this section. Speakers under this section will be recorded in the minutes by the name and area of interest. So when you come forward, just give your name one more time. So Mariah Cranny, you're the first one up here. So if you want to come forward and give your name, and then we'll give you 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mariah Danielson Cranny. Unfortunately, I FOIA'd my information from the Rapid City Police Department in the 90s, and unfortunately it's been destroyed. I was going to share that with you guys today, but I can't. A lot of people are here relating to the elections. I just would like to share on the record that Senator John Thune wrote me a letter in 2020 when I wrote him a letter concerning massive election fraud that I witnessed with my own eyes in South Dakota, and he wrote me a letter back calling me a conspiracy theorist. So unfortunately, being called names by the people who are supposed to be representing you is unfortunate. Also, I'm going to share an open letter to America's leaders. Stop funding the destruction of families, by Joe Parent Taxpayer. Each year, the federal government distributes billions of dollars, your money, to the states with one stated purpose: to preserve and protect families. These funds were never intended to become political leverage, revenue streams, or bargaining chips in bureaucratic power plays. They were not meant to bankroll institutional abuse. The truth is simple and damning. The states and their courts have become financially dependent on federal child welfare funding, which is funny because our state's attorney mentioned twice in her begging for 9% increase in her funding that she's protecting children, and that is a lie. The business model of family destruction, when federal money is tied to child removals, adoptions, and mandatory services, you create a machine, a state-sponsored, taxpayer-funded RICO-style enterprise in everything but name. Court agencies, attorneys, contracted providers quickly learn the same lesson. More removals equal more money. More services equal more money. More federal compliance paperwork equal more money. When you pay a system to break families apart, it will do exactly that, and it does. Across the nation, especially in places like Tennessee, the courts remove children through deceptive, retaliatory, and unlawful tactics that disregard every constitutional safeguard families are supposed to have. This isn't mistake territory. This is institutional misconduct. These are fundamental rights being violated here in Pennington County, rights that demand strict scrutiny over the law, rights that should never be brushed aside because someone in an office wants to secure next year's federal budget. When rights are ignored, it becomes a crime. When attorneys, judges, and agencies abandon their duty to protect families, choosing instead the safety of their own salaries, political relationships, and federal reimbursements, that is racketeering. It is the exploitation of children for profit, it is psychological abuse, and it is a civil rights violation. And yes, it calls for criminal charges. Yet across the country, victims are silenced, dismissed, ignored, gang stalked. Why? Because that's all I can say today. Please do something about this. People don't have contact with their children, and that is against the law.
Thank you. A lot of information in 3 minutes. Kathy Rice, are you available? There you go. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Rice, Representative District 29 at the moment. I'm here about the elections and about hand counting. I know you have that on the agenda, but I am working today, so I took some time off to come speak to you about some of the irregular things that we find a lot of problems with the machines. And so I'm just here to support what someone, to have a voice and to let you know that there's too many irregularities that I have seen in this last election, and there's another. So I'm hoping that we can do a hand counting for our governor, because we want fair elections. If it's, as long as the people put their vote in, they get count for their votes. It's when we don't get count for the votes that is not right, and we need to make sure South Dakota has fair elections here in South Dakota. So I highly recommend doing a hand counting for our governor's race, and even in the future for any other races that we have, that you guys may consider hand counting, because I know we have the volunteers to do it, both sides, Democrat and Republicans. So this is something that I believe that we can easily do. It will be cheaper than these machines. None of them were tested. None of them passed the test here in this side of the state, not one. And it went ahead and had an election anyway, and it turned out very weird this time. So I just want to make sure we have fair elections, make sure that people's voices are heard. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Cook, you're up. Thank you. Restart that timer, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Cook, Rapid City, and I want to thank you all for putting the elections on the agenda. Thank you, Commissioner Durr, for suggesting that, and everybody else. Last Commissioner meeting, we mentioned that our elections are predetermined. You asked us to bring the proof, and I brought the proof. I have this sheet here that shows several citizens that snapshotted the test results, the mock test on the elections. And lo and behold, on election day, they are the same exact percentage. Some of them are off a percentage, but it is very telling, and the algorithms are in control of these machines. So if you look at these sheets, the first page is Kurt Voigt and David Johnson, and the test results, it was 48% Kurt Voigt, David Johnson 52%, and also then on the day of, it was 48 and 52. So there were numerous races that were like this. And the probability, the mathematical probability of this happening is 0. And so there's 10 races on here that you can all look at, and you'll be shocked. I sincerely hope today that you can take action to finally say goodbye to the cheating machines. I sent all of you a couple weeks ago the resolution from the GOP convention, and in it they called, I'd say 80% of the GOP stood for the resolution calling for the elimination of electronics in our election system. And so whereas the United States and the South Dakota herein remains one of the few major democracies in the world that continue to show and allow computerized vote counting. The use of electronic machines to count, transfer, and track votes have proven to be costly, non-transparent, and have lost the trust of the public. So trust of the public. None of us are trusting our elections. Well, there's a few that trust, but most don't. And pretty soon we're not going to have anybody voting or running. So thank you so much. I will sit down.
Thank you, Ms.
3
Cindy,
minutes is up.
Yep, thank you very much. Okay, Dale Boos.
Thank you.
Yep. Dale Boos.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I just want to thank each and every one of you, especially Commissioner Durr, for taking the concern and putting this on the agenda. And I will be around when it comes to the agenda. If you have any questions or concerns on how this comes about, it's very simple. But time is of the essence. And so everybody, like Cindy Cook said, the resolution, it's a resolution, but it's a very strong statement that the delegates of the GOP made at the convention. So I'll be around for questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. So and then we're moving on. I think, let me see here, item number 6. Okay, there is, okay. Mike Mueller, you here?
Morning, Commissioners. Mike Mueller. Different subject. I'm going to talk about 2 veterans and an ambulance. We met a friend over 10 years ago who moved here from California. And the reason he moved here was because he was researching areas in the Midwest and happened to tune in to some commissioner meetings that were recorded video live. He was reviewing some of those, and he saw a gentleman named George Farabee, who was a constitutional champion, freedom fighter, and a principled man. And he said, I want to move where that man represents me. Well, this friend of ours came, and he was a consummate volunteer, had 35 years of Kiwanis. He had done veterans services. He'd flown flags over the American Cemetery in Normandy. This gentleman passed away Sunday, and to our demise, of course, as far as recognizing that he should have stayed with us, his birthday would have been yesterday. He lived out by Keystone. And I just want you to understand the veterans that throw their heart into what they do and what they want to help sustain our freedoms as we come off the 250th anniversary, of course, of our nation. I want you to understand a dedicated veteran's hard to beat. Let's talk about ambulances. I know that's coming up in 15B. Commissioner Durr has a statement and is trying to push. As I was out door knocking and found out 80% of the calls a fireman makes is a paramedic EMT type call. If we lost our ambulances, our number one duty as a government is to protect the citizens. So fortunately, when I got the call Sunday morning, we were just minutes from leaving for church, the wife of this friend of ours said, I'm going to ruin your day. I need you to help me load him up to the emergency department and get him there. I said, you need to call an ambulance. And so she did. The ambulance responded, and the ambulance took him to the hospital. We didn't suspect that he was going to fade away and have his heart shut off and have to go through CPR and everything that day. But this friend is gone now, and the ambulance happened to be driven by recently retired Shannon Rittberger. And I thank Shannon for his service. So every volunteer out there that's a paramedic, EMT, first responder needs our support. And I hope 15B comes through in a favorable way to support the ambulance services, as we just recognized the value of it as of Sunday. But anyway, thank you for honoring our veterans.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carrie Sheff, but did you want to specifically talk about ambulance, or it says EMS on here, so I'm not sure. Do you just want to talk that public comment, or do you want to? Okay.
Public comment.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carrie Schell. I serve as the treasurer of the Wasta Volunteer Fire Department, but today I stand before you as a landowner, taxpayer, and resident of Pennington County. First, I want to thank Commissioner Durr for bringing attention to the EMS funding crisis. This is not just a Pennington County problem. It is a statewide and federal issue. Volunteerism continues to decline while emergency call volumes continue to rise, and the current funding model is simply not sustainable. As someone who previously served on the Wall Ambulance Board and volunteered as its director, I've seen these challenges firsthand. I also live within the Wall Ambulance Tax District and have for the past 15 years. My family has never utilized the ambulance service, yet like every other property owner, we continue to shoulder more of the financial responsibility. One of the biggest misconceptions is that local ranchers and rural property owners are driving the majority of EMS call volume. Based on the statistics presented at the New Underwood EMS meeting, that simply isn't the case. Much of the demand comes from the incidents along the I-90 corridor and our state highways, travelers passing through our county, transports from long-term care and assisted living facilities, and other situations that extend far beyond the local property tax base. Just this past weekend, a crash at mile marker 100 on Interstate 90 involved 3 semi-trucks and 2 passenger vehicles. Thankfully, everyone walked away, but none of those individuals were local taxpayers contributing to the ambulance district or the fire departments that responded. Yet our volunteers answered the call, just as they always do. In the 14 years I have served with the Wasta Volunteer Fire Department, we have responded to countless incidents along the I-90 corridor. Statistically, only 2 of those calls have resulted in our department receiving any funding or reimbursement. That should concern every one of us. We are protecting one of South Dakota's busiest transportation corridors, yet the financial burden continues to fall on our local taxpayers and volunteers. Our volunteers leave their jobs, ranches, fields, and families to respond to highway crashes, fires, rescues, and medical emergencies. They do it because they care about their communities, not because it is convenient. And our commitment doesn't end when the call is over. To keep our fire department doors open, we dig into our own pockets to cover expenses, spend countless hours writing grants, host community events to raise funds, and attend countless meetings seeking donations. We are doing everything we can locally to sustain these essential services, but volunteer fundraising alone cannot support a system that serves an entire region. And the majority of EMS demand comes from state transportation corridors, regional healthcare needs, and people outside the local property tax base, then the solution cannot simply be to continue raising property taxes on rural landowners. Those same landowners are the volunteers standing beside me on these calls or opening their wallets when we seek donations. The state of South Dakota has a responsibility to help fund the emergency response system that protects its highways. Insurance companies, along with Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement systems, also need to become part of the long-term solution.
Thank you. Thank you. Heather Dunfield. We're going to address the ambulance stuff today, so don't anybody be concerned that it's going away. So if that's a concern you have, that's not even a reality. So, but go ahead, Heather.
Okay.
Thank
So I can still say what I want to say then?
Oh, yeah, you can say,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Looks like you want to talk about paper ballots or something?
Yeah, so I'm Heather Dunfield, and I'd like to address the issue of hand counting and also paper ballots. And so I have some statistics to support my point that I'd like to make. So in the June 2 state primary, there were 106 and 32 Republicans that voted. And that represents 34.5 of the Republican base. Excuse me, I just ran in here and got called. I'm catching my breath. So, now, runoffs generally have a much slower turnout, especially in primary runoffs, and I'm sure you already know this, but there is also widespread currently voter cynicism about political honesty, and that manifests as voting fatigue and apathy. Also, this is summer and it's vacations and people take off. Given this, statewide, it is estimated that about 20% of the total Republican base, or 61,379, might vote in the runoff, and that's not very many people. So of that total, Pennington County cast 16,219 votes in the primary. If 20%, as indicated what I said above, if 20% vote in the runoff, that would be a mere 3,244 votes in the runoff for this county. And these are estimates that I got off various sources. But anyway, most of them came from the Secretary of State website. So let's be generous. Let's say about 40% of those 3,244 votes, that's about 6,500. That's still nominal. So anyway, it's one that this county ought to be able to process in 2 or 3 hours of counting. It's what we did for decades before computers. Everything was hand counted. So, and that would include counting them twice, double checking the work. So lastly, I think this is a no-brainer, and it's a good place to start because there's just two people on this ballot. You pick one or the other. So it's not like there's 4 or 5 things on it, or 30. And so most people, when they get up here, they want something. I would say probably 99%.
Thank you, Ms. Heather, your time is up.
Pardon?
Thank you, your time is up.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I want to help you. If you want me to help you, I've been a chief
You know,
of...
we talk a lot about volunteers. You heard some people wanting volunteers for the ambulance. Our auditor asked for volunteers to watch the polls and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
if you're a Democrat or
I have
Republican,
better
you can get
attributes. I've been a
get a
chief of
hold of her
staff.
and you can volunteer on the
several
polls.
corporations.
Sure. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you so much for your
bet.
time.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 7, items from public. Public versus private nuisances, Mr. John Barley Jr. So this is a resident requested discussion regarding the county's nuisance enforcement authority. The request concerns planning and zoning determination that a reported condition constitutes a private nuisance not subject to county enforcement. Okay, we'll let you have the floor, John, and you can explain to us what you're here about.
John Barley, Rapid Valley. About a month ago, I brought to your attention a nuisance violation that I feel is in your jurisdiction. We're running into this issue of public and private nuisance. Basically, you guys are saying that the planning and zoning is saying that if it's in the backyard, they don't have any jurisdiction over it, regardless of whether it's in view of the rest of the public. So you have pictures and stuff up there. What I want you to do is understand that the state gives the county the right to authorize, create, maintain, and promote public health, safety, and welfare of the residents and community, regardless if it's a private or public nuisance. Just because somebody has a 6-foot-high wooden fence around their yard doesn't mean they can go ahead and stack a bunch of crap in there, and, you know, it affects other people's property values. It's a public health hazard. In this particular instance, we have numerous vehicles, gas, oil, ignition sources of batteries. Basically, this guy has lined his property with cars. Now, the nuisance ordinance says you can have 5 vehicles, which I think is a little excessive. You can have those in your driveway. Well, none of these are in his driveway. They are in his yard. He has his whole yard filled with vehicles. Basically, it looks like a junkyard, salvage yard. And I'm not so sure we don't have a zoning violation there, because I believe with that many vehicles going in and out of there and people working on them and stuff, that they don't have a business being run out of a residential. Now, I'm assuming that the planning and zoning and Dwayne of the ordinance officer didn't even go over there and question it or even look at it, because they feel they don't have the jurisdiction to do it. And like I said, under the state statute, the state gives the county the right to go in there and do it. So why aren't we doing it?
Well, Mr. John, I'm going to bring up Brittany up here, and she can maybe answer that if she was prepared to answer that question. Miss Brittany, are you in here?
Bring up Tyler too while you're at it.
Okay, because there are certain things we can and can't do, and we have spent a lot of time cracking down on the valley out there because of these types of things. So, Tyler, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. So I did drive by this property last night after work. So maybe it's worth talking about kind of what I look at as a rule of thumb for nuisances generally. Mr. Barley kind of glossed over it, but you know, generally as a rule of thumb, what we do for nuisance prosecution is we look at it from the public standpoint, physical standing. You know, generally that's the view from the road. So there's a couple pictures I think that's in this.
I don't know if we have access to those or not.
Yeah, they're on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Do we have access to those, Jordan?
I can describe it just as well.
Okay, go ahead and describe it. You drove by
Yeah,
it.
that's fine. So,
Oh, there we go.
yeah, can you scroll to the down one, please? Yeah, it looks, oh, yep, that's what I'm looking for, thanks, sorry. So you can see there's that little crack of a road, or driveway, I'm guessing we'll call it, between those two houses. So when I was driving by yesterday, I believe that's the west side facing of that property, it's very hard to determine, you know, the accumulation of vehicles from the road's point of view. Now, it's also worth mentioning that in 106, the violation is for the accumulation of inoperable vehicles. From that road standpoint, it was hard for me to tell, at least, and I can go by if that's this board's wishes, whether those vehicles were inoperable or not. But ultimately, you know, should there be a letter sent, you know, saying that there may or may not be a nuisance violation, this gentleman could certainly come and register them, make them operable, and they would be nuisance compliant. Now, this agenda item is grounded in the nuisance law rather than a zoning violation, and maybe that's something we should be looking at. But by way of kind of our general rule of thumb regarding what we look for nuisances, I didn't see it, at least. Now, you can also note that these pictures are taken from, I'm guessing it's a deck, probably on the second floor of Mr. Barley's house. So that's another
This is
thing
what
that
we're
would take-
considering a nuisance, these cars right here?
Yeah, that's what, from my understanding, it's the cars,
Well,
right?
there's other pictures, and there's other vehicles that are stacked over to the right of this picture that
Yeah,
are
so
inoperable.
could you scroll down,
and
Jordan?
And not moving. Those 3 vehicles right there, been there for 2 years. This guy's just owned his property. I warned you about this when I was in arguing about my other neighbors, the hoarder and all that, that we were headed in this direction. So as you can see, the guy doesn't take care of his property.
All right.
Those 3 vehicles never move. There's
So-
a topper
so-
laying there.
Okay,
We
Mr.
have
Barley, I'm gonna
junk,
cut you off
various
here a
junk
second.
up around the garage.
Yeah, Mr. Barley, I'm gonna cut you off here a second. I think we got your point. So Tyler, you're saying from the road, if that's the public viewpoint, that's what the decision has to be made there?
That's our general rule of thumb. I mean,
What's the reality? I mean, if it is, can we determine if they're inoperable and get him to put tags on them?
not from the road.
Okay.
I mean, you know,
But I mean,
and if you know,
okay.
I mean, certainly there's the opportunity for a,
There's no
you could-
law against parking them on your yard?
I mean, there might be a zoning violation. I didn't look into that prior to this meeting.
Okay, and so maybe that's something we can look at.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that. But I mean, you know, if you want me to go down this nuisance route, I could certainly apply for a search warrant to determine the, you know, operability of the vehicles. But that seems, we'd have to talk about that.
Yeah,
Let's leave it at that.
we can talk about it, but I don't, looking at that, I mean, if he had tags on him, I'd say he's probably okay. If you don't have tags on him, then that would have to be addressed, so. But I don't know if any of the other commissioners had a comment
That's
here.
zoned for housing, not junkyards.
It's not a
salvage
junkyard.
yards.
It's not a salvage yard, and we don't see any, I mean, it looks pretty clean. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with Mr. Barley. I'm just saying, if he's running a business out of there or something, that's a whole different ballgame. But if you're talking about a nuisance that doesn't picture itself as a nuisance, in my perspective, if he doesn't have tags on his cars, that's a whole nother option. So we can look at that, but we have a certain percentage, perspective. People don't want us flying drones over their houses and stuff like that. We just don't do that, so.
Well, it's affecting my view of from my house,
But
plus
maybe there's a civil suit that you can have, but we're going by what Tyler's telling us. So does anybody else have any
I
questions?
mean, and can I interject, Mr. Chair? I mean, and I think that statement is, and of course, like I said, I'll look at this from the
Okay.
zoning context rather than the nuisance context.
And if he's running a garage out of there or something, or repairing cars.
Yeah, I mean,
which
if
you
he's
can't
running a
do,
business or something
Okay.
like that, that'd certainly be in violation.
different
of-
ballgame.
Yeah, and you know, maybe that's the light I should be looking at this rather than the nuisance,
All right.
but.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Brittany? So based on the 2 pictures, I mean, just in vehicles excluding the trailer and the camper, because this is all one property, is that correct?
Correct.
So there's 10 vehicles?
So if they're licensed and operable, they can have as many vehicles as they want. They can only have 3 unlicensed and 3 inoperable vehicles. If they have 4, then it would be considered a wrecking yard or salvage yard.
All right. So getting back to Tyler's position, then, could we just, coming from the county, say this has been addressed and just send, kind of a letter stating this has been brought up? Obviously, it's in a public meeting, so, and talk about and say, here's what's allowed by ordinance, and if it's a zoning issue, maybe ask the question, are you doing a business or something, and start there.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
Brittany, do you know how large this lot is?
I do not. It's probably a third to a half of an
Here's
acre.
my input on this. I think, we sit there and say, if you're gonna build a home, it's gotta take up about 25% of the lot. There's some kind of, ratios there. And maybe we should look at if it was a 5-acre lot, he wouldn't be here, but if it's a 0.3 or 0.25 acre lot, and over 50% of that or 60% of that lot is parked cars, I think that's a little excessive. I think we need to be looking at lot size, and one size don't fit all. I'd be curious to see what that lot is and just what the footprint of all those vehicles are, because, I tend to agree with this gentleman, it seems a little excessive to me. Maybe we need to relook at the zoning and the number of vehicles.
We're talking about a nuisance, so we're not talking about zoning. I think Tyler's gonna, there's two,
I'm
there's
just saying,
different, yeah.
just while look at them at the same time.
Tyler's gonna look at it, the zoning and the other issue, but,
Here.
Commissioner Hancock.
So bottom line is you have 11 cars in a lot, and you're right, Commissioner Roskinek, depends how big that lot is. I mean, if it's a rural residential or suburban residential, there's got to be some rules. You said there's 3 inoperable and some other stuff, but Mr. Barley also recognizes that there might be a business running there, so you're right, Tyler, we can move forward to see if there's a business running there. A lot of times when you have that many cars, that's what's happening unless it becomes a junkyard. So I understand what Mr. Barley's saying. I think there we can find some rules and regulations. I like property rights, but I also believe there's property rights of others, and public health, safety, and welfare. We use that even at our motel when we have problems. If it's going to cause some concerns with vehicles that have oil, gas, and other things that might start fires, not only for their own, then you think about it. What if a fire department came there and there's 11 vehicles on fire? There's a public health and safety. So Mr. Barley's right on a lot of this. Let's see what we can do. And we also should put something in there about, and maybe we could talk to Jerome on fire safety, public safety. That could be used, maybe some kind of rule with that in order to not like take away all his vehicles, but make it so there is a public health safety issue, and that he could clean it up to a way that it would benefit the public and also benefit him. So bottom line is, Tyler, I would look up what Mr. Barley said at public health, safety, and welfare, because we have to do it through state statute, a lot of times through our businesses, in order to make people comply, or unfortunately, to have them so they cannot do the things they want to do in our motel. So I think it applies in the same way to housing units or properties. So anything that you could do to help Mr. Barley, and it's not just for him, it's for the public in general when they have somebody that might be health safety, because again, look how close those houses are together, and anything starts a fire, it's going to cause a major nuisance, all right. You're going to have a major evacuation. So.
We have to set some kind of a precedence here.
I think we've come to a proper solution, sir.
Excuse me?
Hold on. Okay. I think we've come to a proper solution here. We're going to send him a letter. It suggests that if he has inoperable vehicles, that he's in violation. If he's running a business, he's in violation. The one thing we don't want to do is start, if you can't see him from the road, that's our legal perspective. If you can't see him from the road, we don't have a search warrant to go in there and check this out. So we'll send him a letter. Hopefully he'll respond by licensing his vehicles. He'll be in compliance. If there's a zoning issue, that's a whole other issue. If there is an issue with him running a business, that's a whole other issue. So we'll have Tyler address those.
Yeah, and I just want to temper expectations for a timeline on this. I do need my I need my equipment to do this kind of stuff.
Right.
So, but regardless, I'll get to it at some
Mr.
point.
Barley, we have some technical problems with some of our computers and stuff, and so it's gonna take, we don't know when that all stuff will be resolved, so moving forward, we'll look at this.
So, Chair, just one thing, though.
Okay.
If it has to do with hazardous materials, it doesn't matter what the law is in nuisance, it has to do with public safety. So, again, Tyler, maybe look in with the fire department in certain areas.
Yeah, sure.
It's gonna be huge. Because if it's hazardous material or anything else, they will come in and do a violation, so, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Durr.
Yeah, just one follow-up comment. The reason that this might be a little, and I'm going to use this word, and it's not totally applicable, but hypersensitive. The reason that it's brought to his attention is because where he lives in that cul-de-sac, we have 2 active nuisance complaints surrounding him.
Right.
So he steps out his back deck, he looks at this, and he looks to the left as to where he lives in his cul-de-sac, and it looks like the nation's secondhand store on the front yard and totes, and so we have a major nuisance issue right next door. You go one residence adjacent to the other individual that's a problem, and we have people, it's been reported in an active nuisance complaint, campers and vehicles and people living in, campers. And so what that did, when there was a sale of a home at the end of his cul-de-sac, it impacted the sale of that property, and so those property owners trying to settle up an estate had to substantially reduce the sale of the property because nobody wanted to come in and deal with what he's dealing with, so.
No doubt about that. So, Tyler, you feel good about that? And then
Yeah,
Mr.
sounds
Barley,
good.
we'll address it. We'll get back to you. I'll give you one more comment.
Yes, since he brought it up, let's get an update on those 2 things, and we can get Dwayne up here maybe, because the one hoarder's house is, I believe, up to date. Now it's supposed to be getting cleaned out. His 60 days is over. I want verification of that. And then I was informed that the people living in the camper, Tyler was going to take care of that, and now it's been turned back over to planning and zoning after about a year's time.
Can I elaborate on that?
Yep, go ahead.
So I've been sending them letters essentially. This is an agenda topic for one exact property, so I don't want to get too far in the weeds
Right.
to not violate the agenda item. But generally what that is it's a RV eviction issue. I sent them a couple letters. With our new process, I didn't want to violate our own ordinance by going above that process, so it's back in our current process. That's where that's left.
Okay, and we'll address that because, like I said, Mr. Barley is getting attacked by all his neighbors there with this.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
100%.
We get it. We'll get through it, and it's going to help set a precedent moving forward, we hope. So have a great day, Mr. Barley. Thank you, Tyler. We're going to move on.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Number 8, items from the sheriff, and I don't even know if he's here. Yep, he is here. I'm just going to take this moment to thank Mr. Mueller for all the 4th of July weekend and the craziness that went on. And I tease him or I tell him that he lives in a world of chaos, but he's like a duck. He kind of like floats along the pond there, and his feet are just going like crazy, but you wouldn't know all the stuff with having all the things that have happened, with the hostage crisis and things like that, and the president coming with the people unsuspectedly thinking, there was a bomb in Keystone, those types of things, and all the things that have taken place that he has calmly just taken care of while the rest of us sleep. So we appreciate that. But that being said, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Durr.
just a moment of privilege while you brought up the topic.
Pardon? Yeah,
just-
fine.
So obviously, we had the president up here over the weekend, and my son and his fiance won one of the lotteries to go up there. So my wife and I went with my son and his fiance up there, and we went through the checkpoint at Keystone. So the roads were shut off, I believe, the night before. So you go up to the vehicle checkpoint just outside of Keystone to get up there, and it was just great to watch the multi-agencies work together: Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, Secret Service, Sheriff's Office, the BLM, all the law enforcement coordinating together, and it was just absolutely amazing to watch and seamless. And then getting up to, Mount Rushmore and then going through the security checkpoints to get into the situation And standing in line, we had people from all over the country here, and it was just amazing to have those conversations. And some of them were talking about our law enforcement and how it was great to see the coordination of efforts and everybody working together. And so the whole event up there was seamless, and everybody was, just happy. And it seemed like everybody was just kind of on a positive energy. And no matter if you had to stand in line for 2 hours here to get food or 2 hours to get into the event, it was extremely positive, and Pennington County was well represented. So thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff, and I appreciate the kind words, but it's 100% a testament to the wonderful staff that we have here in Pennington County, the staff that we have at the Sheriff's Office, and the working relationships that we have with all of our local, state, and federal partners. And really nothing highlights it better than an event like we had here in Pennington County. We're humbled and very thankful that the country decided to focus the 250th celebration right here in our own community, and we're very thankful that we were able to get everybody in town and out of town safely, so thank you for that. I have a couple of different items in front of you today. Under A, the couple of highlights on there. One, the 2026 COPS Technology Grant is the grant we've talked about several times that Senator Rounds invited us to apply for last year. We've already been awarded. We have to put this final paperwork in to end up getting that money, and that's for the $3.9 million for the jail security electronics upgrade that we've talked about a number of times in here. And the second part of A is the grant that I talked about during my budget hearing, and that's an opportunity through this Department of Justice funding that's just being released. The first round of applications are due here in about a week and a half. That's why the timeliness of getting this in front of the commission. This is a large request. The total request that we're putting in is $183 million. It would be a request, if we receive full funding, we would have the ability to build out all of the jail expansion that we've talked about thus far. This is just the first step in the process. We would have, if we're awarded all of this funding or part of this funding, we'll still have plenty of opportunities to come back, continue to have public meetings, and have the commission drive the ship on exactly what we're going to do with this expansion project. But this is a very unique opportunity that's put out by the Department of Justice. And really, it's to strengthen our partnerships with our local and federal partners for housing and keeping our communities safe. And we have a very unique partnership here with ICE specifically. We house ICE detainees here. One of few facilities in the state that do that. And then our partnership with the U.S. Marshal Service through our drug task force, our warrants task force, all the work that we do with our federal partners to keep our community safe. And I would even expand that further in that I talked during the budget process about our federal partners with the U.S. Marshals and the Bureau of Prisons needing more juvenile detainee space, which makes it difficult for us to be able to offer that space up because that currently is our jail overflow, which we've been at or above capacity since 2014. So if we were able to receive all or part of this funding, it could really solve some of the financial impact of the jail expansion that we need to do. So that is in Memo A.
Okay. I'll open it up to the commission. Questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, Brian, I appreciate it, and you did for the financial impact for the grants and stuff for the jail and the COPS grants. I totally agree with, because the technology, we were trying to upgrade that technology for a while. But the bigger question is do we want that big a jail in the middle of Rapid City? And did we agree as a board to move that forward in that kind of expansion? And we haven't. I'd like to know what that looks like, and I think the public does before we apply for, and I guess you can still do the grant. Do we want to move the jail? Do we want to put that amount of money into the expansion? I'm not trying to burst your bubble at what you're trying to do, but the bottom line is we have a lot of stuff going on downtown. And the more you expand the jail, the more it's turning more like into a big prison. And that's the comments I'm hearing. That's not Deb Hadcock's comments. When I was walking around and I was running, people were worried that we were going to take that middle of Rapid City and turn it into a huge jail. And that's a lot of, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to also, once you get the grant, to take care of that personnel and expand that jail, the utilities and everything else, and we talked about that. So you can apply for the grant, and if we get something, I think this board needs to decide, is that where and what direction we're going? I know the board, before this board was here, decided to spend $7 million before it was decided from, that was in December before the next board took over. So for me, I like to know, not that we should shut this down, I'm in favor of your grant, that where are we going with the jail, and the public in general, like I said when I was walking around, want to know what's going to happen with the jail and where we're going. Is this board in favor of doing a $180 million jail in the middle of Rapid City and doing that expansion? So for me, those are the questions I think we need to answer. We don't have to do it right now, but Brian, that's going to be a huge issue coming up, because if you're counting on that this board is moving forward on doing a $180 million budget, I'd like to know how that budget's going to impact for the next 28, 29. It's not just going to be the building of a jail. So those are my concerns.
Thank you.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chair.
if I could just respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 100% I agree with you, Commissioner Hadcock. This would not lock us into any specific plan. If we were to receive the funding, we'd still be able to get back together. If we wanted to hold more public meetings, have further discussion, the commission can certainly drive what that expansion looks like, where it would occur. This doesn't lock us into that. But unfortunately, there was a really short turnaround for the first wave of application for this, so we just utilized asking for what we currently have planned. And if we want to design, go back to the drawing board, design something different someplace else and take a look at that, we can do that. And I think that would come, that dollar amount would come likely at a less dollar amount than this. So we'd have the ability to do that. But the commission will be in the driver's seat even if we receive this funding.
So Chair, just to follow up, the issue is that we designed a jail for $168 million, and that wasn't voted on by anybody. And so now we have a plan that maybe we're only going to do the infrastructure. And like I said, it's a big concern, because where are we going? And then once you get the funding, isn't it a lot easier to say, well, we already spent $7 million. And I think that was the plan in the first place, without sounding facetious, is that why would you spend the money of $7 million or $5 million or whatever before we even had a plan moving forward? So for this, and then getting the funding that's almost the same amount of what that $178 million is, I think there's more to it than just we're just looking to get the funding. And like I said, the financial impact is going to be huge if we get the funding. I just want to make sure to say up straight, that jail was supposed to be an infrastructure issue and went into an infrastructure of 31 to 33 million, maybe 31 at the most. Then it went to 60, then it went to 80, then it went to 100 and something, then it went to 168. So those are my concerns, is that when the citizens are telling me what's going on, I can't tell them, because we did a $7 million, and I did ask Mr. Davis, what happened to the $7 million? What did you design at this point? And he was supposed to bring that forward, and he said he would do it at the next meeting. So thank you.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I just want to make a comment that it, because of the technical issues, some of the information that we had available is not going to be here. So Commissioner Roskinek, you have the floor.
And if it was financially feasible, yeah, why don't we go out and buy 40 acres and move the jail? A new jail right now, if you went out there and you found that 40 acres, if you found it and then you rezoned it, I'm sure nobody's going to want a new jail in their backyard. You're talking about $700,000 a bed. Now you take 600 beds times that. What they don't know, you're not talking millions, you're talking billions. And that's the reason why the downtown location is attractive. Also, it integrates with an existing court system, because if you move it out 10 miles, whatever, you're going to be, it's just not efficient. You're moving prisoners back and forth. So from a safety perspective, that's not a good idea. But I think it's just about dollars. You could not, this county cannot afford to build a remote jail. It just isn't financially feasible. That's one of the reasons that we look real strong using the existing infrastructure that we already have in a jail that would be located adjacent to a public safety building and a court system, public defender, state's attorney.
Any other comments? Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Drews?
Just brief comment. I like the idea of moving forward with the grant. The other discussion can take place later, but the grant needs to be applied for. So thank you, Brian.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, but that's my comment. This is a long discussion, but we have a window of opportunity for financing. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the submission of all documents required for the fiscal year 26 COPS Technology and Equipment Grant, and for the fiscal year 26, I'm going to have to choke on this one, Biden Program Grant.
Yeah, me
Second.
too.
So we have a motion, we have a second? A second from Drews? Okay, we have a motion from Durr and a second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll go to B, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you. And item B is just our continuing grant for victim service funding, and I think you're going to see a similar one coming up from the state's attorney's office here in just a little bit, and that's our funding through the State Department of Public Safety that funds a majority of our victim services that we have for Pennington County.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Do we need a motion for that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to move to accept the South Dakota Department of Public Safety Victim Service Office Funding Award to Pennington County Sheriff's Office through fiscal year 27 combined grant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat the names for the motion in a second? Okay, the motion was for Durr and the second was from Drews. I'll do that. I took for granted our advancement in technology that went back a little bit, so, all right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And items from emergency management, number 9. Local disaster response framework approval and implementation resolution. So would that be Dustin or? Oh, yeah, there he is. Hey, Dustin, again, I want to thank you for, we've been spending a lot of time together lately, which is probably bad for you, but your staff and your crew and your response and just the ultimate network that we have that I wasn't aware of. I mean, how deep it reached. I remember back in 2011 when we made the changes and brought you on, and wow, that's all I can say. Thank you.
We never want to leverage the capabilities that we've built because that means something bad's happening, but we're happy to step up and step in and lean forward and serve stakeholders that we have in this. So I appreciate the recognition, Chair.
You get the floor, sir.
Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. 2 items before the board this morning. The first is the adoption and implementation of the local disaster response framework. This is a document that gets this exact same motion every year to follow some of our grant requirements. Other than changing some dates, there's been no substantive work on this document. Nothing has changed in this document from the previous year. We've just gone through and updated the dates, and then before you is the resolution that we need to be in compliance with our local emergency management performance grant.
We'll open it up to questions for the commission. No questions? I'll get a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd move to authorize the Board of Commission Chair's signature on the 2026 Local Disaster Response Framework Approval and Implementation Resolution.
Second.
I have a motion from Drews and a second from Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The second item is the request to put out a request for proposal for replacement of 2 outdoor public warning sirens. These were the 2 outdoor public warning sirens that were destroyed in the the December 18, 2025 windstorm. Both were at elementary schools. Those sirens have been demolished and working with FEMA, working with county insurance, those are both insured structures, requesting permission from the board to go out for a request for proposal on what it would be to replace
done all the
those.
funding.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
move to authorize emergency management to request proposals for the replacement of the 2 outdoor public alert sirens destroyed in the December 2025 windstorm. 2026 siren RFP memo PDF.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Items from planning and zoning, so we have to move into the Board of Adjustments.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just have a comment for the public, but because of our network issues, we're not able to stream live today, but the meeting is being recorded and it will be posted.
Thank you. I missed that this morning, but that's for Frank's behalf. Okay, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move that we convene as a Board of Adjustment.
okay.
Second.
We have a motion from Drews and a second by Roskinek to move to convene as the Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair,
Yes,
item A is going to be continued till July 21st, if that could be a motion.
okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That item will be continued.
Chair,
Okay.
move to go out of Board of Adjustment.
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock, a second from Roskinek to move out of Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We move on to item B. Ms. Brittany.
So item B is second reading of ordinance amendment OA 25-16 for Pennington County to amend section 317 alternative energy to amend and supersede the existing section 317 alternative energy. The Board of Commissioners approved the first reading on June 16th, 2026.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock?
on the first reading, we made a motion that we do Eileen's changes. In those changes, it was the definition of infrasound and escrow and trust and a couple other things that I didn't have it all down because I couldn't get in the internet. But on this reading, I don't know, Brittany, can we pass it because that hasn't been made on those changes for the second reading?
So my understanding, and I apologize if I misunderstood, I thought it was just for the setbacks, so that's why they weren't included, the infrasound and the
Escrow and the trust.
The escrow and the trust.
And some
Because I
other
think
stuff.
there was a question that was asked, like, it's really ultimately up to the board what they're going to approve for any kind of surety. So that escrow and trust could be included in that. So there might have been just some misunderstanding of that.
I thought when we had the motion that the things that Eileen had talked about, that we were making that motion, and then I talked about the infrasound and I think Jerry did too, the escrows and the trusts, and some of the changes that we needed in those for just compliance of that ordinance. So if those could be put in on that second reading to make sure that we are publishing those things on that second reading. But it comes to mind that if it's not in there right now, do we have to continue the second reading until we put it in there? Because the publishing is not putting, or the being published as that second reading has none of those changes.
I would recommend that, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, so I believe Brittany is correct. I mean, there were a lot of things talked about, but we'd have to go back and look at the motion, but I think it was just to do the setbacks. And the question about the escrow, and so could you explain the bonding and what is currently in there? There is the state holds a bond as well, correct?
Correct. The PUC, currently the solar farm that we have in New Underwood, the PUC actually controls the bonding, and we're party to that bond. And that's how they set it up before, so they didn't have to bond with both agencies. And typically, I see that moving forward, it would be something that the PUC and the Board of Commissioners would have to agree on the financial surety of that
Chair.
operation.
Commissioner Hadcock?
So why we did the escrow and the trust is because the bonding, you could change your LLCs. So when you change the LLC, you're not committed to it anymore. So we wanted some kind of, basically a surety of escrow or trust that would bond them no matter what. So our biggest issue is decommissioning and leaving either the landowner or the citizens with that decommission, which is millions of dollars. So we wanted to make sure we had something stronger in place. And a lot of the counties and a lot of the places that actually switch some of that put bonding and trusts in that for that reason, and didn't just put, we need some kind of bond in there. Does that make sense? They didn't put it as any kind of escrow or trust. So the bonding, just kind of like we do at the city, once it's done for 2 years or a certain amount, or they change the name, it's no longer good. So we want to make sure we put those companies in some kind of financial issues so it covers the landowner and the citizens. So that's why that was put in there. And I do remember talking about it, and I do remember you talking about the changing the infrasound and that you would get those changes in there, Brittany. So I didn't have to make the motion. I just figured once you said they were going to, if you look at your meeting, that would have been done. So thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could Tyler come up if he's here? So if you looked at I'm assuming you have, but I know probably not right now, but if you looked at the language that we have in there about what's required for the decommissioning and the bonding and that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at it since long time. I've been keeping up with the updates. For what it's worth, I do remember the last motion being made was about the setbacks and not anything else, but I was looking for the minutes. I couldn't find them easily, but I did look at the decommissioning plan and all of that stuff at one point, yes.
All right. So if we wanted to look at incorporating some of these additional things, then this would require another advertising of this instead of hearing for second reading.
Exactly.
All right. Brittany, do you know when we would have, like, this is going to be about the 25th reading of this ordinance, but anyway, what would the date be?
It would not be the next meeting, the meeting after. So it would be the first meeting in August.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have anything. Technology.
And Brittany, I'll go through some of those minutes or those meetings and watch the meeting and stuff and make sure that we incorporated the stuff in there, and that before we put it on the second reading that we have those different areas.
Okay.
And then I could work with Tyler if he wants to look at the trust and the escrow and with you guys to see if that's something that needs to be changed in a way that bonds those people to doing what they're supposed to on the decommissioning.
Are we making a motion here of some sort?
The first meeting in August is August 4th.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and jump the gun here too. We're getting pretty close to, should there be any more changes, we're getting pretty close to the end of the moratorium at that point, so I just want that to be said at this juncture.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Commissioner Drews.
I don't know if we have somebody in the audience today that wanted to testify on this or not, but
I believe on the agenda it shows a Matt Hasvold. Is Matt here? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, you want to come forward and introduce, come to the microphone and you can state your name for the record.
Yeah, Matt Hasvold. I live here in Pennington County. I was a member of the Alternative Energy Task Force where we came up with this ordinance, the original ordinance. And then I'm also, I work for a company that develops solar and battery storage projects throughout the U.S. I think I've told you guys this before, but we don't have any projects in South Dakota or Pennington County or anything like that. So just wanted to go over kind of a few things here. So I think the original ordinance, once again, I'm a big supporter of it. I think it was well drafted. I think there were a few minor changes that needed to be made, but we were able to get through those. I think that one of the important things too is to kind of dispel some of the myths that are, surrounding some of these projects. So number one, if the company changes the LLC, doesn't mean that they're able to get out of their bonding requirements in any way. The special use permit would require that the bonding requirements be in place regardless of whether the LLC changes names, changes hands, whatever. That's just how it works. It's in the special use permit. And if the new entity were to not abide by the regulations in the special use permit, then you guys would be able to shut them down. I mean, that's how these typically work. And that's kind of going forward in the future. And then on top of that, I think, there's a big misconception that we like to lease land instead of purchasing land, and there's like some sneaky reason behind that where we don't want to have to pay the cleanup costs or anything like that. The reality is that us and everybody in the industry prefers to own the land. We want to own the land. It ends up being cheaper for us overall in the long term, but for a lot of different reasons, a lot of people aren't willing to sell their land, but they are willing to lease it for a certain amount of time. Another big misconception, I think, with solar is that this completely removes the land from agricultural production, but there is actually a very growing industry called agrivoltaics that allows sheep and even cattle grazing underneath panels, and they've seen a lot of benefits with that. There's also some benefits to soil health. I think I've seen like 3 to 5% better moisture retention when there's shade from the panels on top of that. And then beyond that, I think it's important to note that there's no concrete in any of these projects outside of the substation. So solar piling is essentially just big fence posts that you pound into the ground, and then it keeps the land shaded to a certain extent for 20 years or however long the lease is. I think another big thing that I wanted to note here too is that when I was on this task force, I started pushing for battery regulations from the start. I think that was something that we should have addressed in the original ordinance. For one reason or another, we never really got around to it. But I think that the new focus on battery storage is interesting, I guess. But one thing I think to note with battery storage is that it requires a much, much smaller piece of land, and the safety of batteries has grown a lot in recent years. So if you hear about battery fires in the past, that's typically using nickel, manganese, cobalt chemistry. It's still lithium ion, but it's the same battery chemistry that you have in your phones and your pockets. But all of the newer facilities are using lithium iron phosphate, which is a much, much, much safer chemistry. It's heavier in terms of just weight. The energy density is less because it's just a heavier battery, and that's why you saw a lot of focus on the original battery chemistry because it was lightweight, and that's why they had it in vehicles, and that was the big market. And then just to kind of throw a couple more things in here, if you give me a minute or two more. Okay. I think that the industrial zoning component of this is essentially a ban, right? I mean, none of the other provisions of this ordinance really matter if you're going to keep the industrial zoning portion of this, because I mean, that just kills every project, right? And so I think it's important to look at industrial zoning and the purpose of it and what we use it for, and identify whether the uses that we're contemplating here are actually things that need to be in industrial zoning. So industrial zoning, you typically have that when there's dust, there's heavy truck traffic. You want to ensure that utilities are sufficient to have those heavy industries in place. And then you also want to keep them away from residences. You want to keep them away from ag land, right? Because of those heavy uses. With solar or wind or battery storage outside of construction, which again, the original ordinance had a road agreement provision in it, you're not going to see heavy truck traffic. You're not going to see dust. They typically just sit there and operate, and 1 or 2 guys can look after a 100 or 200 megawatt solar farm. On top of that, I think it's important to look at the tax revenue for this. So even though the state kind of rips the county off and the school district off by taking a big portion of the taxes from these facilities, the county still gets about $1,000 a megawatt in tax revenue. So 100 megawatt, you're getting $100,000 annually in revenue to the county. So if you had, let's say, a 250 megawatt project, which there may be some proposed in the county at some point, you're looking at about $5 million in county tax revenue over the life of the project, which it's about 5% of the new jail that you're looking to build. And then I think the biggest piece that I kind of want to jump in here and really highlight is with battery storage, there's a little bit of a loophole in the state law, right? So the state law that says that the state gets this certain amount based on nameplate, a certain amount based on production, and then some of it gets split with counties, municipalities, that sort of thing. That applies to generators, right? So solar is a generator, generates electricity. Wind is a generator, generates electricity. Battery does not generate electricity. It just stores electricity. And so, for example, one of our projects that we have in another state, it's a 200 megawatt project. It's sitting on about 15 acres. We bought 60 acres of land to site the project so that we could have it completely out of sight, out of mind for all the residents. But we've committed to paying $27 million over the life of that project in local taxes. So I think it's important to recognize that the county, the city, and the school district could benefit greatly from these taxes. And on top of that, you could set up a TIF district. So if you were to have, let's say, a 200 megawatt project in South Dakota, the state that ours is in has a little bit higher property taxes. So let's assume that you could get like $20 million in extra property taxes from a 20-year project for 200 megawatts. You could set up a TIF district around that, and now you've paid for 20% of the new jail, just like the city did with the new Black Hills Energy Power Plant out on Deadwood Avenue. So I think that, and that's something that the state's going to close. I mean, they're going to close that loophole at some point, but I think it's something that's important and something we need to think about.
That would be if you put the jail in the solar plant.
Yeah, but
they gotta be within the area.
You can get some pretty squirrely
You mentioned
TIF districts.
15 acres. I mean, I think the one in New Underwood's way more substantial than that, than 15 acres.
Yes.
You mentioned the batteries. I think that the New Underwood plant's already proven that those batteries start on fire.
There are batteries out there.
Yeah, whatever they had out there, whatever it was, panel that started on fire. Okay, so, yeah, but and then, I think when we talk about the LLC, I don't think they're worried about it actually changing their name. I think they're just worried about going, you know what, we had enough, boom, we're bankrupt.
Yeah,
And then the solar plant is left hanging.
Yeah.
They've already seen that in California or Vegas, wherever that big one is there.
Yeah,
the
I
$1
think
billion one.
You're talking about Ivanpah, yep. So I think it's important to note that just changing the LLC or selling the LLC or doing some kind of legal.
I'm not concerned about that. I'm just concerned that, you know, when you have a bond, if they just don't renew the bond, it goes away. You can shut them down all you want, but the solar panels are still there. Someone's got to pull those screws out of the ground.
Right,
You know
which is
what
why
I'm
in the
saying?
original ordinance, we had it at 120% of decommissioning costs.
Yeah,
But the 15 acres is for the battery storage, so.
Oh, okay.
So 15 acres, so a standalone battery facility, you could site 200 megawatts on 15 acres
That's what I
very
was gonna
comfortably,
ask.
yeah.
Okay.
So you could have 15 acres of land, and you could be potentially getting $20 million in total tax revenue over the life of the project if you
Still
were.
have to have substantial amount of acreage for a.
Not really. So 15 acres is actually very comfortable to set up. I mean, some companies will do it in as small
Just
as
for the
like
batteries,
6
though, but
acres.
for the solar,
batteries,
the solar
correct.
panels are.
Yeah, you need a lot of land
talking
for
acres
solar.
and acres, and
Yep,
the number
of
one
course.
industry in the state of South Dakota is agricultural. So that's a reality that the solar people need to understand.
Yeah, no, totally get that. My big point here is with the battery storage. So battery storage kind of got tacked on at the end here, and we're basically banning that as well, and we're keeping it, you know, these massive
see what you're
setbacks. So we're basically saying we don't want battery storage whatsoever in Pennington County, and I'm trying to lay out the fact that for 15 acres, you could get $20 million in tax revenue over the life of a project, which is immense. And that's something that the state is going to come around to, and they're going to change the ordinance, and they're going to start taxing that the same way that they tax wind and solar. But if we're able to attract one of those projects beforehand and get that tax revenue, then that's a great thing for the county.
Sometimes it's not all about the money. I mean,
Totally agree.
actually-
I totally agree, but also, you know, you guys are proposing a $100 million jail, right? So we got to pay for that somehow.
We'll just get rid of
Yeah.
criminals.
Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that would be Commissioner Hadcock's proposing the jail.
Chair. So, okay, Matt, so when I first talked to you, you said battery storage, we didn't have to worry about it. Do you remember at that meeting? That's not a big deal. We started looking into it. Basically, battery storage is a big deal, and the chemicals and the things and the stuff it does. And fire departments also having problems in different areas. So when you look it up, it's a big deal. When you look on the internet and you're looking at all the things that it has caused for issues, that's why it came up.
Yeah.
So I know you do that for a living. Number two, special permits, the LLCs. There's a lot, if you read on the internet as well, from different companies around the United States that left their decommissioning. So how did they do that without having something done or change the LLC or change something else so they didn't have to do it and left it for the taxpayers? Number two, that one you were talking about was huge. And then who pays the bill on that? And how much money does that save the taxpayers? And your agrivoltaics, I looked it up, and you already know I look up my stuff once you put something on there, just to make sure that you're right or wrong or indifferent, whatever. That has the same issues as some of the other just regular solar panel stuff. So some of the land stuff that you said, they have to get smaller equipment. The way the fire issue with the fire departments, we don't have fire departments in Pennington County that are trained in that kind of stuff. So there was a fire out with your solar panels, or not yours personally. They were put together, the electrical was wrong. There was some major issues with the fire department, the volunteer fire department not knowing what to do with it. And here's another thing. They didn't even know the fire was there. You know, the neighbor told the solar company that they had a fire. So for me, and putting in industrial, all those chemicals and the things you're talking about, those are hazards. Those are anything else that would cause in that amount of panels, battery storage, or anything else in their product that could cause the major issues. So you got 15 acres for battery storage that could have thermal runaway. You have, how long would it take 15 acres, firemen, once you start a fire? And you can't put it out.
Yeah. So a lot of issues here. So number one, the battery chemistry that you're talking about that has the big fire risk is that nickel manganese cobalt, which again is the battery chemistry that's in your phone and electric cars, that sort of thing. The industry has now switched over to lithium iron phosphate, and if you look at that graph that I sent around, you can look at the incidence of fires and battery storage projects just straight going down as the new lithium iron phosphate technology is picked up.
But don't be offended, that's your graph. So I can make a graph of what I think if I'm in the industry, sir. But the bottom line in that industry, if you just changed it, that's a small amount to start. The other ones have been in there for a while to show basically the outcomes of what's happened over the years. So
yeah, with that worst chemistry. And so I think the biggest fire that people talk about all the time is Moss Landing. So Moss Landing is that facility in California. There was a battery storage project that caught fire, I think, twice now. That facility never should have been built. They stacked modules.
I'm going to rein this in, and then Commissioner Roskinek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions, Matt. In the industry, are there other zoning types specific to solar farms? So we know it's not agriculture, and I agree it's not industrial. Industry, to me, that's manufacturing. So it's something in between, and I would really favor zoning that wouldn't be industrial and a zoning that wouldn't be ag, but something that would be, for an example, non-ag energy, some type of a zoning like that, where it'd be, like you said, if it's industrial, it's basically death by overregulation.
Yeah.
You're not going to go out there in a rural area and rezone ag to industrial. That just ain't going to happen. Right. So
I think, Commissioner Roskinek, if you don't mind me chiming in here, I had one of your colleagues reach out to me and talking about industrial zones for solar panel zones and stuff like that. That maybe makes more sense, but just putting solar panels out in the middle of an agricultural field to me is kind of like defies all common sense, other than the fact that people are going to make a lot of money, and I'm not against that, but the only people that are making that money are the solar farm people themselves. It really hasn't provided anything for the community that's substantial, but looking at something that maybe would be more isolated and having a zone where these were available that people knew moving into that area that this was going to happen would make more sense. And I think that's what Commissioner Roskinek is tending to move towards, something like that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that ag zoning is not, just this perfect catch-all.
I mean, you just have to go look. I mean, right. Basically, we're rehashing something we've already hashed, so I'm going to move on from this conversation. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, no, I think, well, I guess it's just the last word. I really, really want to drive home the point that battery storage projects have not received the due diligence to actually have them properly regulated in this ordinance. And then on top of that, I want to reiterate that, ag zoning isn't perfect for solar. To answer Mr. Roskink's question, ag is by far the biggest zoning for these types of things, but there are some like zoning vacant land, that sort of thing. But industrial itself is just an absolute killer for it, and it'll never happen.
Perfect,
so.
And we thank you for your time. And now, do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion.
Thank you.
I'm going to make a motion that we continue this second reading with amendments as discussed for, I believe it's August 4th.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr and a second from Hadcock and Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I'll move on to the next item here. I've got my papers all confused here. So we are on down to, is it
11A.
Oh yeah, we're on Tyler. You're up. And I've been thanking everybody else involved, and I want to thank Tyler for being involved too. I know you were in Texas, and I was busy, and yet we all came together, and everybody's resource came together, and I'm excited about how that all came together. So, and I know that it kind of set back other things you planned on doing today, so some of that stuff may get continued also. So, but let's go ahead, Tyler, with this. This is important.
Thank you, Commissioner. Big kudos to Adam Schiffer-Miller, too, Laura Russell, and the SAO team. A lot of court logistics we've been working through, and everyone's working hard and as a team, and it's a beautiful thing when you can kind of see that working. But nevertheless, what we got here is the companion motion to what you saw from the sheriff earlier. This is our Victim Services Award letter. It's really the same information that the sheriff provided regarding victims grant, and we would be requesting that you sign the letter so we can get rolling on that grant money.
So we have a motion from Roskinek and a second from Hadcock.
Second from me yet. So the issue with me is looking the ongoing funding that this is costing. And it's like 121 on top of the grant, then it's 79 on top of the grant, then it's another 79 or 80 some on top of the grant for the next few years. For me, I'd like to see the outcomes of some of the grants that we have put out there. How many grants have we had in either sheriff or state's attorney's office, and you don't have to know that right now, Tyler, because it's not you. But our bottom line is, what are the outcomes, and how many of those grants and how many of those programs have we quit? And how many have we kept just adding and adding and adding more funding, more employees, more substantial, basically taxpayer dollars on trying to figure out some of these outcomes. So for me, there's a lot of questions in there. There always is with me, because my brain doesn't shut down. But when you're doing these kind of grants and you're doing these kind of things and these programs, and I've been in here how long? 12 years? There's a lot of programs, and I believe the sheriff, I know he's dropped a few of them. There's got to be a point where some of the programs need to switch, and the outcomes aren't as good as you thought, and they need to move on to something else or another program. We saw that in SB 70, we saw that in SB 73. When those outcomes aren't coming out like they're supposed to, and you're spending millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, or you're making whole programs and making more and more departments for those programs, it starts costing the taxpayers, when some of that stuff I truly believe can be combined. So I'm not against your grants. I'm against what happens after the grants are done and how many employees and how much money it keeps costing us to add more and more programs and grants, because we say they're great, but because of the outcomes, I'll be up straight, even the court system. You have too many specialized stuff when people can do more than one job, meaning they don't have to have a person for every different thing they have. There's got to be, just like the general public, when you own a business, you should be able to do 2 or 3 types of issues instead of start specializing, because you start costing not only yourself as a business, but you start costing your taxpayers in this case a lot of money. So for me, I haven't seen a lot of these programs dropped. All I see is more and more being added to the budgets and more being added for programs and employees. So I don't know if that answers for your grant, because you do, ma'am, you do a very good job of getting these grants, but I want to know what happens after those grants.
Can you explain this to us? Is this just an award to the victims? Is this monetary? Okay, then maybe you can.
Jennifer Williams-Curl, the Pennington County Sheriff's Grant Manager. I also work with the State's Attorney's Office and other county departments for grants. This is technically 2 different grants. It's VOCA, the Victims of Crime Act, and also STOP, which is also referred to as VAWA, or Violence Against Women Act grants. So these are very specific funds. Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that victims are entitled to particular rights, and these funds help ensure that they receive them.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, South, just for the general public's knowledge, we're what we call a Marcy's Law state, which entitled victims to certain rights and all of that stuff. So, because we are one of those states, there's more obligations for our office to provide certain services to victims. And it's good business, it's good citizenship to be present for victims, for their needs, to be cognizant of how they're feeling, how they want to proceed with their case. And of course, to do that, it takes manpower.
But Tyler, I'm not against that. What the issue is that the grants and the added money that's added from those departments every year to fund those. Is it something, here's my bottom line, is it something that we have to fund because of Marcy's Law, and that we're just getting help with the funding no matter what? We have to come up with 121 plus what they give us every year if we don't get the grant? Or is the grant for something that is an experiment on seeing how victims' rights and how we play with victims' rights and how we take care of people, plus funding from the taxpayers?
This is funding to help offset county cost for something we're required to offer. In state fiscal year 24, the amount is a little lower because there was a supplemental state award to help kind of offset that. In state fiscal year 25, there was also a little bit of other funding. And in those years before I started, we only requested funding for our time from staff. Since then, there are some new requirements that our lawyers need to have, our attorneys, in order to prosecute those stop cases and even some of the victims of crime cases. So we've increased our request to help cover some of the cost of those travel to get that required training, because in order to prosecute those cases to the best of their ability, they're required to meet certain training statutes based on the grant funding. Even if we didn't have the grant funding, those are probably best practices trainings that they would want to have while they're doing these cases. So that's why you can see an increase in the amount that we've requested over the years, is to just help with some of those costs too, not just the personnel.
Okay, so bottom line, with the Marcy's Law, it's something that's saving taxpayer dollars, so they're not, well, you're not, because you're still getting it from the state. But that's why I needed the explanation, because what I'm seeing from some of the outcomes that I've been in programs, I was in SB 73, that some of that stuff seems to not be working. So in this case, thank you for your explanation. I'm not against anything, and neither, I believe, the taxpayers, but we need to know basically what we're applying to grants for. And as you just said, it's a process in which we have to do. It's saving us, for Pennington County, in a certain way, taxpayer dollars for just Pennington County, because we take a lot of the brunt, thank you, Jesus, for the state actually giving us then this money, because we pay for a lot of the state's issues through Pennington County. So anything they could do to pay us back for some of that spending that they're doing when we need it for other areas in our budget, I appreciate that. So sometimes I sound like I'm harsh when I'm saying something. For me, it's more, I need that explanation, and the taxpayer needs that explanation as well, I believe, of what we spend our money on. And in this case, again, I do remember Marcy's Law, and I know what you're talking about. So that was something that I can't remember if they voted on through the tax.
I don't remember.
I think it was, I don't remember if it was voted on by the public or it was just put in place as a law through state or federal government.
I honestly don't remember.
I'm going to rein this in.
Thank
Can
you.
we get a?
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion.
Good.
So I'll make a motion to accept the South Dakota Department of Public Safety Victim Services Office funding award for Pennington County State's Attorney's Office through the SF Year 27 Combined Grant.
Second.
I have a motion from Ross Connect, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good conversation.
Mr.
guys.
Chair.
Yes.
Well, Jennifer's here, I do have a question.
Oh, go ahead. Make it quick.
So I've got a question. Okay, how quick? So I've got a question. Do you know, has the county, or since you've been in here, ever filed for the Assistance to Firefighters grant through FEMA?
I've shared it with Jerome. I'm not sure if the county has applied. Reading through that one, I'm not sure that the county would be eligible on the requirements.
All right. So, yeah, the departments and the EMS, because the grant itself, and I have been involved in it, and so where you've written the grants for those agencies, because they don't have the technical skills to do the grant writing, and so the county's participation would be completing the grant writing for these entities and submitting, because there was $291 million that was offered directly to fire departments and emergency medical agencies, and the total grant is $648 million, but the deadline for submission was June 22nd. And so I'm just going to make a comment as we have this upcoming discussion, and I'll visit with Dustin and Jerome as well. It's just a talking point that those grant dollars are out there, and that's what the county does sometimes as a pass-through, where you help those entities write those grants. And so I'd just like to see us put it on the radar.
Yep. I've shared them with them and told them reach out if they need help writing anything or figuring out how to apply.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. The next item B is talking about the county gross receipts tax, which is important for our county, and I know we've had Tyler's time wrapped up in a lot of other things, so I'm going to let you guys direct this from the commission, but also understand that we haven't had the ability to do some of the due diligence we needed to get done over the last week. So don't be surprised if there's some of the answers we don't have yet, but go ahead. So Tyler, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. So that exactly just that. This is the first presentation of Ordinance 7096, which is the progeny of the confines of Senate Bill 96, which essentially allowed for the county to place a 0.5% sales tax to offset primarily owner-occupied property tax spendings. The Department of Revenue prepared a draft ordinance, which we looked at, tinkered with, and now have for your presentation. Ultimately, that draft is the same. After some consultation with neighboring county state's attorneys, we did add a paragraph about the county administration funding process. So I put in boilerplate language based on the statute from the max we're allowed at law, but ultimately the ordinance says this, is that based on the direction I received from you, and I think it was April, the full 0.5% is put into section 2, and the county administrative fees are the most we're allowed to have at law at this point in time. Yeah, what is it? 2% of the first year, 20,000 per year after that. And I can stand for any questions you might have. I will also note that Secretary Heidi Schell was intending to be here via Zoom, but due to, of course, the recurring technical snafus, his presence was unable to be accommodated. But nevertheless, I spoke to him, and he's awaiting the results of how today's hearing on this ordinance goes. But I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, but I have a speaker request form from the public. So Mike, you here? This is the second time you've been up here today, so. Not the last today? All right, there we go. Give it to us. You have the floor, Mike.
Morning, Commissioners. Not surprised, property taxes have been the hot button throughout the years. First of all, true tax relief, Mike Mueller, by the way. First of all, true tax relief should be achieved by reducing spending. I'd like to bring attention to the memo from the State's Attorney's Office, second paragraph at the end, if you bring that back up, please, Mr. Neeb. Talks about if the portion of owner-occupied taxes shall be satisfied, then the credit shall be applied to offset agricultural and non-agricultural property taxes, ends in a period. That should say proportionally, as the statute shows. So wanted to bring that, the estimates that DOR bring to us for Pennington County, where did it go? Shows 74% is the only is the chunk that would be satisfied, and this is just so the public knows, this is only the county portion of our property taxes. This is not relief for other pieces. Cities get about 13%, schools get about 56%. So right now you're between a 27 and 30% of your property taxes go to the county. So this is relief is only 74% of that value. On a $325,000 home, that's about a 22% savings. So, but what I'd like you to understand is once a tax is initiated, and I understand this is the first reading, it's hard to see them go away. 4.2 is going to 4.5 in a year. This is going to be another 0.5-cent sales tax, and our neighboring counties come to Pennington County. We are actually going to be benefactors of other counties that aren't going to get this tax because they're going to come to Rapid City or Pennington County and spend their money, and their county is not going to get this piece. I understand you're looking at supplementing property taxes, and some relief is excellent, but please consider as you ponder all of the decisions you have to make on this, that once you assess a tax, it'll probably live forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here.
Commission, Ms. Commissioner Hadcock.
So I looked it up, and there's like 32,000 owner-occupied in Pennington County properties. About, I think they said something about, we would get about 25 million off of this when I looked it up, if I'm correct, Tyler?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
Could you get that financial impact thing up, Jordan? Yeah, thank you.
And I did talk to Ron Weifenbach. He does, believe it or not, he knows a lot about numbers, which I appreciate. So I've not really looked into all the different aspects of this, so I've not really made up my mind. And I agree with Mike. And I've been fighting for that for a while. You got to reduce spending. But you also need to remember you have to take essential services from Pennington County, whether it comes from the state or not. You have to follow through, and you just heard Marcy's Law and other things that are put on us that we have to do in order to keep that budget so everybody gets their funding in Pennington County. But for me, I don't like another tax. I think it's kind of strange that you have 32,000 owner-occupied that we are going to change and add a sales tax for 32,000 people. to add some more money to the coffers to save them money. I do agree with elderly and taxing people out of their homes and different stuff like that, but I also think some of the assessment and the percentages of those assessment going up is a huge difference on what's happening with property taxes. So I'm kind of indifferent. I haven't looked into it fully. I've seen some of the numbers here. I've talked to Ron. A lot of his stuff he had straight up and it was good, but today I'll listen to the conversation. It's not really adding up for me, except for it looks like another tax. And you're right, Mike, it doesn't go away. And the more you put money in there, the more spending authority you have, and you already know what happens. We had a deficit the year before, about 8 million. That spending becomes more and more, and people think you have more and more to spend. So I like reduced spending, but I also understand essential services. So I'm trying to figure out the difference on these two for property tax versus sales tax. And what happens if we only get to collect the 25 million, where's the other money go? I didn't get kind of where that goes. If you collect 30 million or 40 million, does it go in the state's coffers and then they just apply it to the next year? Those are the kinds of things I kind of want to know what's happening on the excessive if it moves forward.
Any other
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drews.
Just one item on Commissioner Hadcock's comments. 32,000. If it's 32,000 properties, it's not necessarily 32,000 people. It's on 32,000 properties multiplied by however many people live in each household.
Yeah, so 32,000 owner-occupied out of 113.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
32,000 owner-occupied out of 113,000 people in Rapid City.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I think we can all agree that property taxes for owner-occupied properties have been a problem, especially since COVID. And I believe there's been 5 or 6 summer studies done to provide relief. And all I've seen is lip service, nothing. I see a solution here, and that would be the 0.5%. Now, does it have to be 0.5%? I do believe it can be 1% or 2%. And if it doesn't work, according to the state representatives, we can go back. It isn't perpetual. So maybe we should give it a try. I just think we owe it to the general public, especially the seniors that are living around Hill City and Keystone. They're getting forced out of their homes, and we need to do something, and I think this is a step in the right direction. If it don't work, then we'll go back. But I think it's a good, I like Senate Bill 96.
Can I interject something that I just think maybe
go ahead.
Said that I think might be? I mean,
Tyler,
I'm sure it's been implied through what everyone's been saying, but you know, the direction that I received from the commission previously was that, you know, we're a tourism county. You know, that was a lot of the impetus for getting my direction to create this. So I just think since we have a lot of public here, it's good to know to kind of reframe that you know, this tax isn't exclusive to residents, it's exclusive to all the visitors as well. So, I mean, of course, I'll follow any direction the commission wants, but I also think it's worth mentioning that at this time.
No, and I'll go down that road if it's my turn to talk. I've thought about this a lot, and I've solicited the governor on this thing, and he took a lot of heat for it, but we got a bunch of state legislators that do nothing. They all tell you they're going to do something. They never do anything in the end. This is something that happened, and 0.5 cent for the county, okay? It goes to strictly, I think Mike Mueller had mentioned that it goes straight to the county. This commission doesn't control the school district. It doesn't control the city, and it doesn't control the state. But I can guarantee you one thing, a lot of the state funding in the outlying cities and counties and municipalities that are in the rural communities, agricultural taxes are low. They're barely enough money to afford to pay for the roads that they're on, much less ambulance services, fire services, all these types of things. So what happens? They come to Rapid City, they spend the money. It's been a conversation I've been having with Rapid City since I've been on the commission and being able to bridge those gaps, saying, hey, there's some value outside of the fact that, you know, these guys are coming here spending sales tax. We spend millions of dollars advertising to get people here because tourism is our #2 industry, correct? So sales, it's a reality that, yeah, we're gonna capture the money from the tourists. This is not, and is it a shift? Yeah, it's somewhat of a shift. Is it 100% shift? No. Is it 100% good? No. But it's better than what's been done in the last, since I've been here, and I moved here in 1970. I haven't seen any movement towards any relief on property taxes. All I've seen is increases. This is an opportunity to give some people, the homeowners, the elderly people who live in their houses that can't afford to move out of them, but they're stuck there, and every year, if they don't quite meet the criteria to get their property taxes frozen or whatever, they're stuck. But there's been nothing else done. So anybody who wants to come up here and say it's crazy or whatever, or not agree with it, I understand there's safeguards, there's guardrails we got to look at, but the fact of the matter is tourism is our #2 industry here. The hotels, we build a $140 million civic center that costs the taxpayers lots of money. And the hotels and all these people are the benefactors of that. This is an opportunity to make homeowners, real people like you guys in the community, a benefactor of a tax break. That's my standing on it. It's a half a cent on the county. The county collects nothing right now. And we do collect from the outside communities, and we do appreciate all that, and we're trying to get the city to appreciate that. The state gets 2%. And what do they do with it? They go down in the basement in this dark room, they count it, and they come up and say, well, here's your share. Do we really even know that's a reality? No. I would hope someday that we could make that a reality. If you want real legislation, that's one you can say is tell us where the money's coming from. Tell us how much money Walmart made. Tell us how much money. So when we do these tax districts and we do all these things, you can change all the rules, but the reality is what is real. This is real for the county. It's a half a cent. It's not a new tax. It's a different tax. It's a shift. It's a shift from the owner-occupied property to partly to the tourists and partly to the people in the community and the people that shop in our community. Years ago, Rapid City committed itself, in this region, committed itself to being the #1 retail operation in the vicinity, in the 5-state vicinity. So when we talk about doing TIFs to bring retail establishments to the community, that's part of our goal. Nobody ever has talked about that conversation and saying, if we don't want that goal, let's change that goal. But part of the reason was to eliminate, you go to Florida, those places, they don't have property taxes or very limited maybe income taxes because they have sales tax. They are a tourist community, they have sales tax. That's how they fund it. You can talk about having zero tax all day long, but it's impossible. I think Commissioner Hadcock talked about cutting spending. This county right here is cutting spending. I'm telling you guys, I've been here for 2 years, and the reason I came here was because it was out of control. It was completely out of control. We were in a huge deficit. We're bringing it back, and we're dropping the burden on the county. We didn't raise property taxes last year. We have no intention of raising them this year. We've cut the sheriff's budget. We've cut almost everybody's budget across here, and we're continuing to find opportunities to save money. So if you want to come up here and give us an idea of how to save more money, we're all interested in that. But I'm gonna be an advocate for this because it's an opportunity to save these elderly people in our community that come to me all the time, that call me up and go, man, I don't know what to do. And I understand it doesn't fix the non-owner occupied. I'm not a big fan of how they beat those non-owner occupied up, the renter people, how they beat them up. But the people that rent are in a better position than the elderly people in our community or people with fixed income who can't make any more money. So it's not a new tax. It replaces whatever that tax generates is actually offset to property taxes to owner occupied. That, first of all, everybody must understand. If you don't understand that, I don't want to have a conversation with you, because the reality is it offsets that tax. It's not new for us. We're going to go on. We started our budgets. We're beating the heck out of Jordan over there to get the numbers crunched. We're beating the heck out of all of our department heads and our directors and everybody involved to get those numbers crunched and get them down. They've been on notice that that's what we're doing. We are doing it. Now you need to go out and tell your county, your school district, your city, and your state to sharpen their pencils. And we're going to do what we can do. And this is an opportunity for us and for the homeowners who are really suffering right now, because there's no other option. The state rules, this is the option they gave us. And so I'm in favor of moving this option forward. And I think Commissioner Roskinek said if it doesn't work, we can fix it. As long as we got a good commission in here. We got some good candidates coming up that are gonna get elected. I think they're gonna have a good base to start with when they take these positions. And we're gonna leave this county in a way better position than it was 2 years ago. In 2 years, when these new people come in, and we hope that we can, we're all about saving money and doing the right thing. We have no interest in spending your money not wisely. So that being said, I mean, I could vote on it today, but I know we have constraints because of our technology and stuff that stopped us from. Commissioner Drews has been working on this wholeheartedly for some period of time. I've been beating him up for every day for probably about 6 months now to see when we can start rolling forward with this. Even if we don't do this today, we have the window, am I correct, that there's still a window time frame that we can still get this invoked?
Yeah, can I interject and talk about that a little bit? So the latest, we need this sent to the Department of Revenue, and in effect would be October 1st. So I mean, if we want to tinker with it for a couple meetings, that's certainly an option, but I also can see a world where it's referable, and we don't want to delay this too much, essentially. So I mean, I think a conversation should be had, some direction should be given, and I'll stand for any questions.
So I'll stand for the commission's direction, but I'm ready to move forward with it because
Same here.
It's a 2-reading thing, is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
But I also want more
20
input from
days
the
after
public,
the
but I
second.
want the public to understand how it works. If you don't understand how it works, take the time to understand how it works, and then, if we're wrong, re-educate us, but at least
Sure.
come forward with some educated.
So this is the first reading, so whether you vote or down or up, you still have a second reading. So today I will be voting for it and then get the information and then make basically a determination on the second reading. We do that a lot just to get it moved forward, is to do that first reading, and then the second reading, we bring some real substantial
I just want to
information.
understand that we have some obstacles with some technological things that.
Yeah, but you still.
Timeframes are.
Yeah, and you still have the time to do the second.
I really want the
Second
public to
reading
input as
and-
much as they can on our emails, whatever, call us. I make my phone number public, I answer my phone, I'll call you back.
Okay, Ron, let me speak for a minute.
But-
So the bottom line on your first reading is you still have time for the public to contact you. It gets out there that we're doing the first reading, and then you'll find that you get more information from the public and in general to be able to make a good decision by second reading anyway, so.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion, move it to approve the first reading of ordinance 796, an ordinance imposing a county gross receipts tax and use tax for Pennington County, South Dakota, and the schedule a second reading for July 21st, 2026.
Second.
So we have a motion from Roskinek, second by Drews. We're gonna take a roll call vote, so, can we get a roll call, please?
Wyffenbach,
Aye.
Adcock, Roskinek,
Aye.
Durr, Drews,
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Tyler.
Great.
And again, so if the public has questions out there or concerns, get a hold of us. One of your commissioners or whatever, deliver us an email or whatever. Call us on the phone. If you see something that we don't see, we'd appreciate it, so.
Mr. Chair, well, maybe just, Tyler, could you expand how this could work in conjunction with Senate Bill, is it 245, which is another bill that was approved, and that bill too, I think, structured solely for property tax relief for owner occupied?
I don't remember. Of course, I remember reading it. I
that's-
don't remember it off the
I'm
top of
putting
my
you on the
head,
spot.
and it appears my hotspot just died, so I don't have any
Okay,
way to look
we're
it up
good.
right now.
All right. We will get that for you, Ron, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll come. Is it all right if I come prepared for that for the second reading?
Yep, that's fine.
I'll do that.
I think we'll send you a bunch of questions and stuff, so hopefully
Sounds
when
great.
we get the email going back, or maybe even a private text message
Yeah, let's do
conversation
that.
or
All right,
whatever,
thank you.
that we can make public, so. We'll move on to item 12, items from building and ground. Davis, thanks for helping me out yesterday, Davis.
Yep.
By the time we
bet.
got out of the meeting, you'd already taken care of everything. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet.
That was awesome.
Yep. First item I'm here to discuss, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds, looking for authorization to purchase some appliances for our break rooms as part of the Justice Center remodel. There are a few departments moving over from the public safety building that are going to need appliances, as well as just some expanded spaces where break rooms were added. Right now, I'm counting up to roughly 8 appliance purchases that we would need to make for those break rooms. Now, there is no formal policy that we can or cannot purchase appliances with county funds, but historically they have been denied. So that is why I'm up here. I would say, and this is just my opinion, I think the least we could do is have a refrigerator and a microwave in those break rooms for staff. I believe in the past that departments have pooled their funding to be able to make these purchases. You know, since Buildings and Grounds has taken on some of the sheriff's office operations, we have started working on a lot more appliances than we had before. So we have the capability to maintain these. And I also think moving forward, if this is approved, I would like to bring some sort of policy forward to where if a department is in need of a policy, they could reach out to Buildings and Grounds. We could standardize a refrigerator, a microwave, stuff like that, that they could purchase. That way we know what's being, you know, put in each facility, and we can maintain them appropriately. So I will stand for any questions.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
what do you have for furniture and other stuff when you have purchases? I mean, how do you do that without putting appliances in there? How did you do buildings already and furnish these buildings with no refrigerators, or did you just use the stuff from the old administration?
So for this building, for an example, there were refrigerators within the building when we purchased it that some of the counties utilized. The break room that's in this facility was completely outfitted. And then any refrigerators that were in the Justice Center and those departments moved over to this building took their refrigerators with them. So
How do you make a requirement on appliances if people want dishwasher? Sounds, not that they would. But
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? How do you make that specific to most people? It doesn't matter where you're at. They usually need a microwave. They usually need a fridge, okay? In order to operate or have a break room for, you know, their employees. So it seems like a standard operation, but is there some policy or something that you have seen that you can change so it's specific to appliances and furniture?
there is not a policy on the purchase of appliances or what appliances the county allows to be purchased with county funds, but that's also why I'm bringing this forward. Right now, I'm just asking for the Justice Center, but then I think we could standardize a policy that's just a case-by-case basis. So if, dispatch, Kevin Carley's department would need some maybe additional appliances because they are there 24/7, 365, right? Or same with the sheriff's office stuff. Maybe they do need a dishwasher in that place, you know? So I think we could just bring it up as a case-by-case thing where a department would reach out to Buildings and Grounds and say, hey, our refrigerator died, or we would like to purchase this appliance, and then we would take it up in front of the commission for each case.
How did they buy them in each department before? They just pulled their money
pooled
for
their money.
for a microwave, which is about $100, and a fridge is about, what, $800, to depend how fancy you want to
Yeah,
get.
I mean,
The employees were pooling their money.
they
to
would
buy
pool their
it.
money and purchase the appliance, so.
Okay. And they had a problem with doing that, or we're bringing it forward because we need a quantity instead of?
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is a problem, you know, if you have a department of 55 people, maybe that's different than a department of 5. Now you're spending hundreds of dollars on one appliance just to be able to bring your lunch, you know, and things like that. Yeah, the Department of Equalization's fridge had died on them a few months back, and they had reached out to me, and they weren't aware that they had to purchase that appliance themselves when I told them that. So that's also why I want to bring this forward now, is to, you know, if I get approval for this today, see what everyone else has to say, then we can move forward and just try to do a case-by-case
Mr. Davis, we're going to go
basis,
to
so.
Commissioner Durher.
Thank you.
Yeah, my comments on this, I believe like in this building, we have an entire kitchen area in the building with refrigerators, freezers, appliances. And in the previous building the admin building that we vacated, move up here, we had a common break area that had did it have a refrigerator?
Not the common break area. no.
Anyway, we had
Yeah.
a common break area that had a microwave and vending machines and seating and that type of stuff. And so my input on this is I would rather in these buildings, when we have a common area for break areas and concessions, et cetera, that we only put appliances at those locations, not in individual departments. And so just like in this one, what is it, 1 minute to walk down the hall from planning to go down to the main kitchen, yet we're talking about, and I can see it expanding, and then every department's going to say, well, then I need appliances for my department, because if you walk around this building and look at how big this building is and the amount of space we have, you could furnish appliances in many locations throughout this building. And I'm looking at common areas, and, and so I will support a common area that's used by every department. I will not support one that says each department or each zone, we have 3 floors, and each floor is going to have an area, we have one location that should be servicing the employees, and they can, utilize that, walk down there and cook or do what they want, grab their food, go back to their location. But I'm not into appliancing and maintaining multiple locations.
I think that's what you're proposing, right?
It's not for the Justice Center. For the Justice Center, that common break area only had vending machines in it. It did not have refrigerators. That common break area has been filled in. As part of the remodel, that common break area is no longer there.
But I think the whole perspective, he's saying the same thing you're saying, but there's just not a common area, but you just want to provide.
I want to provide them for, they are department specific, if you will, but we, in these break areas in each location that I'm asking for here, there's already a sink, there is casework, there is things like that are already in that room, and it is intended for a refrigerator in that location. But there is no common break area at the Justice Center. They're all individualized,
So this one came with it, and it's huge, and it was already here, and it's not for the general public. So if you had a common area like it was over there, the common area was open, and you wouldn't put a refrigerator where you have a lot of homeless people walking through, the refrigerator would be emptied by then. So, and Jerry's right, if there's a common area, I get it, but we didn't build one. We're not building one, right? We're not making one like this one, that it's already in here. So it makes sense for me, and I don't know what that policy looks like. A microwave fridge isn't going to kill anybody to make sure they have.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so a motion, but it's second, get appliances in the Justice Center.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from the HICAC, second from Ross Connect. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. So we got 1 opposed, so motion carries. Move on to the next item.
Up for this one.
You're up again here. Okay.
Yep. This second item is Cody and I. Cody and I have been working on community artwork display initiative is what we're calling it. We'll get the presentation up here, and I'll kind of let Cody take it away. So.
All right, yeah, Cody Wiseman, Communications Manager. So this is just a quick little presentation here, just to talk about something we're wanting to do to essentially fill the walls here in the Concourse Administration Building, as well as potentially using them in the Justice Center as well. So this campaign kind of has 2 goals. One, to provide a space for local photographers and artists to display their work for the public to see. It also, just provides our walls here, all of the white walls we have in here, with some great artwork as well. And it also, on the other side, allows more information to get out about the admin building relocation. So we still have people that are showing up at the old building. Doing a wide campaign like this across the community is another way of getting that recognition that the administration services have moved out to 900 Concourse. So this is just a quick little mock-up that we did before we even moved in here, just to kind of show what the walls could look like. These were just using photographs that we have here at the county, but this would be a submitted artwork campaign. So just showing off our area, we have 4 different things we're looking to have people submit with. That would be community, so such as cityscapes, historic landmarks, etc., Black Hills and Badlands landscapes, wildlife, and Native American culture. So any of these things could be submitted. And then we'll be doing a bunch of campaign outreach. So, of course, on social media, we'll run organic as well as some paid social media posts to really ensure that we're getting a lot of submissions for that. We'll have press releases going out. We'll be working with some print, such as things up in the area like your artwork could go here posters, where there will be a QR code for them to submit this information. We'll have stuff on our website as well as email sending out in our monthly Pennington Post newsletter that goes out to county subscribers as well. So really trying to round that out to make sure that we're spreading and hitting all avenues of outreach there. Just some other quick additional details. So we're working with the state's attorney's office on the artwork display agreement. This agreement will allow for these the artwork to be displayed on our walls in perpetuity unless they would like them to be taken down or we choose to take them down. We're working on some of that language with state's attorney's office, like I mentioned, and these would also be able to be utilized in any public-facing county buildings. And we're also working with Simpson's Printing to get some of that artwork framed and installed. We got some quotes from them last year, and we're just looking at different avenues there. And I think that is it. So up for any questions.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
could you start in our commission office?
Sure.
We could use some artwork. Sorry, Jordan. Yeah.
He doesn't have time.
I think this building could use it, and the other building, and displaying local artists, I think is pretty amazing. So for me, it's a no-brainer. I think it's a great solution to promote our local artists, and also provide something that we don't have to go buy more pictures and some other stuff. I think it'd be cool even for me, to just go walk around and just see the artwork. So it'll just add one more piece to this building. This building's kind of, okay, I'm gonna say it's stale on the outside with, or the hallways and stuff, and it could use it, and same with state's attorneys in that area. Very positive, and a positive way to move the county into something that's going to be community orientated. So I'm for this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
So who would vet the artwork, approve it, disapprove it, and whatnot, and then once it's approved, who picks the location? Who's going to kind of run this program?
So Cody and I would do sort of the initial vetting, but we would absolutely bring everything back up to the commission for final approval. Like as you saw that picture on one of the slides, Cody can kind of place some of these photos against some of these walls where, especially this. So this is in the auditor's hallway, kind of right behind us. This wall could maybe it could be centered upon like one of the categories, whether it's the Badlands or Black Hills or wildlife or stuff like that. We would most likely vet all that artwork, and then we would place it in individual slides like this and show you where we think it would fit best based off of what's already hanging on the wall, or maybe some certain access issues, things like that. People brushing against it, we'll have to be careful in some of those locations, but we would bring it up here for final approval. So.
And I'm assuming that this artwork wouldn't be for sale, and once it's here, is it the property of the county, or is it still property of the artist?
It would be the property of the county at that point, but we wouldn't, and we do plan to put a little plaque, if you will, on the bottom stating whose piece of artwork it is, so that way if you walk by and you see it and you want to see what other things they may have to offer, they can see that as well.
And I believe what we had within the agreement was that the artwork itself and the photographer, or the photographs, the rights, those are all still the property of the artist or the photographer. We just have the use of the actual physical display, and I believe we're working with, if they decided they no longer want that to be displayed, we get 60 days notification, and then we take it down within that time frame.
Okay.
You guys like the President's Downtown? That artwork to you?
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, I'm going to caution you that we're going to have to spend some time to vet this process. I think maybe we should get with the city and see what their guidelines have been for presenting artwork, because it will be controversial from the first day you put up a piece of artwork that's offensive to somebody else, or on whatever side. So I think it's a great idea, and I love the idea of having artwork in the community. But I remember going through the whole deal with the presidents, and it got ugly. But they're there now. So I think they've refined some of their vetting process. I think that's probably where Ron was going with that question. So I'm good. Well, here we go. Tyler, come forward, sir.
So, Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office, is kind of the direction that you're receiving for, I mean, it sounds that you're wishing us to kind of vet the agreement a little bit, come back with sort of a vetting framework and come back. In your eyes, is that something that seems more non-political, maybe more aesthetic or wilderness or, you know, maybe Mount Rushmore, things of that nature? Is that kind of more what you're envisioning?
But Mount Rushmore could be offensive to somebody, but
Okay.
I'm good with whatever. I'm willing to venture out there, and we got a good lawyer here to represent us, so.
All right,
I mean,
Mr.
if we
Chair.
get in a position. Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to authorize Buildings and Grounds Director to sign Pennington County artwork display agreements on behalf of the county because there will be a vetting process to come forward.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, guys. I think it's going to be cool. Okay, here we go. Items from Fire Administration, authorization to purchase a replacement mobile cascade. And that's Jerome and his microphone stand. That microphone stand is infamous. But go ahead, Jerome, you have the floor, sir.
Have the, like we talked about yesterday, Jordan, on the pictures. All right, when you do get a chance, that'd be great. Jerome Harvey, Fire Administrator, Pennington County. Today with me, I have our Vice Chairman of our Fire Service Board, Mr. Eric Chase. Also have Chief Doney and several other chiefs in the room here to discuss the purchasing and going forward with the Cascade system. Cascade system serves all of our fire departments across the county. Currently, it's a trailer-mounted system. We're very much at end of life, especially if we were to follow this schedule that's laid out as far as purchasing. And if you've ever pulled a trailer to an emergency in the middle of a snowstorm, not a lot of fun. So we do have a request for that. The money was authorized in to the 2026 budget, purchasing of the chassis and get this process underway. It has been reviewed by legal. It's been reviewed by Connie out at Highway Department to look at, make sure we're on track as far as the purchasing and make sure it's correct. And the request is to have it built in South Dakota by a South Dakota company.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Durr, sir.
I'm going to move to authorize the Pennington County Fire Administration to purchase one Rossenbauer rescue body complete with the Freightliner 4x4 chassis from Rossenbauer, South Dakota LLC through the Hyman Fire Department, utilizing Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Contract number 082025-RSD, and authorize a total project budget not to exceed $525,000. including shelving, storage, radio support tooling identified during the pre-construction meeting. Further, authorized payment of $169,625 from the approved 2026. And this is where I'm going to question Jordan, the capital asset budget. 2026 capital asset budget.
Sure, I'm assuming that would mean it's coming from the fire budget.
And so I believe we did put a line item. I'm just not sure that's the exact line item. I'm just going to say from the 2026 fire service budget, upon chassis arrival at the manufacturer's facility, with the remaining project cost to be included in fiscal year 2028 capital asset budget for $350,000.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr and a second from Adcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr.
Jerome.
Chairman. Thank you.
Guys, thank you, Gabe, and you guys have a good day. We'll move on to item 14, items from Joe. Mr. Joe, you have the floor, please.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Up in front of you here, first item is authorization to purchase guardrail off of the state bid. Prior to 2023, we always let our own bid for this, but in talking with Hilt, one of the contractors that does this, that bids on the state guardrail procurement process, he gives us the same price as we would have normally got had we bid this. And we save money in advertising and whatnot. So just seeking to authorization to purchase this product off the state bid.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm going to move to authorize the Highway Department to purchase a guardrail repair on an as-needed basis from Hill Construction Rapid City utilizing the state contract for project 000N-469 PCN. Looks like a 1 or 875, could be an I as it's typed, and 000P-469 PCN, the same 1876.
Second.
We have a motion for Commissioner Durr, second by Commissioner Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And we'll on item B, City of Box Elder joint exercise.
So item B here is an item that has been in the works for several years. We've been working with the City of Box Elder to figure out how to best come to an agreement to get possession of Highway 1416 to the City of Box Elder. I believe we've come to an agreement on all the terms. I just kind of highlight some of these. And Scott Lang, the city engineer for the City of Box Elder, is in the audience if you have any questions for those. So just some highlights from this agreement. Miles of road in this agreement is 15.52, or if you double that, it would be your lane miles. So it's roughly 30 lane miles. With 1416, it's got two lanes eastbound, 2 lanes westbound on a portion of this. Our average cost to maintain this road right now is about $20,000 per mile per year, which equates to about $310,000 per mile per year. The dollar amount that we've agreed to pay Box Elder to take these roads off of our system this year is $500,000, and next year is $1.25 million, and then an additional $800,000 at either the end of the agreement or for construction match dollars if a grant is to be received for the reconstruction of Highway 1416. Equates to about $2.55 million to offload these 15 miles of road. That's about an 8-year payback. There's safety dollars out there for the intersection of Radar Hill and 1416. And those are kind of the highlights of the agreement. I apologize, I'm not as prepared as I normally would had we had access to our systems. So with that, I'll let Tyler, I guess, if you have anything else, or stand for any questions.
No, that's
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Move to approve the joint exercise of government powers agreement with the City of Box Elder for the transfer of a portion of Liberty Boulevard, a portion of Highway 1416 of South Interstate 90 Service Road, and Morning View Drive.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock and a second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. I just want to thank Joe and Scott and the mayor of Box Elder for this has been an ongoing. We got it to over the finish line. It's going to be a big deal for them. They're doing a lot of reconstruction down there, and it's a good deal for Joe to get it off. I mean, they really need to have control of it. So.
And I agree, Chair, because that's been on the books for a long time.
Yep.
I don't know, since I've been here maybe. So thank you, Box Elder, for cooperating and moving forward with us. And it's going to be a huge difference for both sides. So.
Yep, and it's a testament to Tyler and Matt Nas from the City of Box Elder's attorneys getting Scott and I and Doug Curry's and all of our ideas into the agreement, right? To make sure both sides are covered.
It's a win-win for everybody. So and the
Thank
taxpayers. Yep. Okay, so we're going to go from items from Commission Office. Thank you, guys.
Mr.
And thank you
Chair.
again to Scott, wherever you are. Back.
Thanks,
okay.
guys.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
We look forward to meeting with you guys again. So
5-minute little break.
we're going to take a 5-minute break because Jerry's interested in taking a break. So and we really got to get a grip on Frank's cowboy hat today. So it's the first time I've seen him wearing that. We're going to go to item number 15, so we're going to reconvene here. And I got a bunch of speaker request forms, and I'm just going to reiterate the fact that one of the reasons this was put on the agenda is because some of the Han County people have come here on several occasions and they wanted to be heard in more of a public forum, so that's what we're doing. So I got a lot of speaker request forms, but we are intelligent enough. If you tell us once, we'll get it. So if the next person, please don't reiterate what the other person says, come forward with something new. Thank you. So I'll start off and I'll give Commissioner Durr the floor. Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
All right. So since I got on the commission last year, I mean, we've had, I can't even count the number of times, multiple times of public comment where the same individuals, not always, and different individuals coming forward, talking about the concern about election integrity and hand counting. And so we have listened, and, another meeting, I do believe last year at one point in time during one meeting, we did have this on the agenda to talk about. And then it becomes, the discussions we hear about the logistics of it, about whether or not the machines we're using, ES&S machines, are certified, are they, is the software, talking about network issues, is the software secure, different things. So an opportunity, in my mind, kind of presented itself to have this conversation again after the last commission meeting. And I appreciate, Dale, that you presented, and Cindy, some of the information that we had talked about at the last deal about, kind of the snapshot of what some of the posted kind of election stuff was. I think there was a conversation about 10 or 11 different locations that in the testing had the same as the result of the election. And so the last few years, voter turnout has gone down. I think when I ran, a couple of years ago, we had a voter turnout of about 16%, something like that in the primary. Even in this, race that we just had in the primary, the statewide turnout, I think, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 35%, something like that. And now we have a runoff opportunity between two gubernatorial candidates. And so if you look at which one of the individuals spoke to this morning about what is anticipated for voter turnout, it would be an opportunity, in my mind, to do a hand count on the gubernatorial election with just one thing on the ballot, the race, and two individuals. And so I did have discussions with our current auditor, Sabrina Green, and I know there were discussions that she had with the State's Attorney's Office, Tyler. And a question that came back, and it was brought up at the last commission meeting, and are you required, if you do hand counting, are you required to do hand counting? And at what level would you be required to do that? And I believe it came back and said it would be at the precinct level. And so you would have to do hand counting at the precinct level. And I'd gotten, a few phone calls. I showed Cindy a new coffee spot down at Speed Goat Express last week, and we had a good conversation about this. And so the reason, and there was a couple other phone calls I took, and it was like, do you just do a hand count and say, okay, that's it? And in my mind, that would not have resolution to what is kicking out of our ballot machines versus what a hand count would be. There is, a deal after, primary election, et cetera, that you could do a percent of your precincts and go back in, but when those percent of the precincts are done, you're just running that stuff back through the machine. You're not doing a hand count on that. And so in my mind, the question I asked, and Sabrina, could you come up? And I appreciate you making some changes in your schedule today to be here for the conversation. I have a question for her.
Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor.
And so we had a conversation about this, and then it was, and the question I asked, because I did talk to a couple of people about this, was if we didn't do hand counting at the precinct level, but we came in, we followed the same process, we run the ballots through the ESS machines, and then after we get a count from the ballot off of that process, then we do a 100% hand count, not selecting precincts. And then you could compare the two to see, where we're off, if there is anything off. And in my mind, one of the reasons to do this, and it was brought up this morning as well, you look at the low voter turnout, and I do have confidence in our elections. I'm not that confident in California, some of these other states, and I do believe that there is ballot harvesting and ballot dumping. But to alleviate the concerns of everybody that's coming forward, and I think if we could establish, at least give it a shot and say that we're looking for, and we're going to look at this and talk about hand counting and have some comparables to go to and say, here's the results, everybody can witness this, that maybe we would get some confidence and integrity in our election and people would feel like their vote actually mattered and they would come forward. And so I don't believe it's like we have anything to hide. I just think it's the fact that to be open and transparent and listen to some of the concerns from the public, that we would have an opportunity to address that. So follow up from the questions that I hit you up with, and what's the process?
So to bring up the hand counting, that would have to be done, yes, at the precincts if you wanted to do that for the runoff election. So if our poll workers do not want to stay in hand count, that's an additional 138 more people that we will have to bring in after the polls close to do the hand count. We can do, as our primary election, run them through the tabulator and follow a post-election audit, and that is hand counting 5% of our precincts. So when we do our canvass, we would randomize draw 5% of 46 is 2.5. So we would do 3 precincts. And if one of the precincts did not have 100 ballots, then we would have to draw an additional, so we could end up with 4. And the post-election audit is hand counted. Now, in a primary and a general election, those are required if you do not have a recount, and the state will reimburse. I'm still waiting to hear back from the state if they would reimburse for this post-election audit, if that's what we wanted to do, and they have not determined, because in their mind, this is not a primary or general, so if they don't require it in statute, they may not reimburse us. So it would come out of the county.
All right. And so thanks for correcting me on the recount, because it stuck in my head from the last meeting. There was discussions about, I believe there was a recount on a precinct level.
Yes, there was a recount, and we did tabulate. That was determined by the board that they come in, we provide the space and the material, and they make the decision. They chose to have it tabulated because that's the way it was, and since the results came back matching, they were not going to hand. But a post-election audit is a hand count.
All right.
So how many ballots do you think will be cast in this? I mean, how many, like, what would be?
We are down in our primary, of course, for an absentee voting. We're down probably about 3,000 votes in our primary of where we're at today in our absentee. So I know it's going to be a lower turnout. I don't foresee it's going to be a big one.
What was the last turnout? Just, I'm going to try to get a guesstimate of what a
I can't even remember off the top of my head. I can't remember.
Okay.
That's in the past.
Commissioner Hancock.
So I'm always the skeptic. So whether you hand count or whether you use a machine, I hate machines. I hate computers. I know everybody loves them, but I'm ADD, so I push every button there is and mess them up all the time. I don't hate them, but I know I have to, but yeah. And then the hand count, okay, since generations before when they hand counted, there is still fraud. There are still people, as Jerry called it, ballot dumping and doing stuff as well. So I see both sides having fraud or issues depending on what's going on. Number one, you're at the precinct. Is there cameras on people?
At the precincts?
Right.
No.
See what I'm saying? So you got to trust who you're picking, I get it, but sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. So I'm always the devil's advocate going, okay, you can play the same game as that machine did on a hand count if you don't end up having cameras on people. I have cameras at my motel, and that tells you something. What they tell you and what they do is 2 different things, okay? So I'm not against hand counting, and I'd love to do the comparable. I'm just that kind of person. I'd like to see the hand count just to see what it comes out to, and I like it to be a comparable to the machine, or the machines. I don't think in Pennington County, Jerry's right, I think they probably do it in other counties or cities or whatever, in the bigger ones, but I've always trusted our system in our auditor's office. I also see there's cameras in there, so that helps me as well. So if we want to do this, and we can do it, I get it, but just remember, you can do in a hand count just what you can do with the machine. It's been proven in years to come when there was just hand counts. If you remember back in the day, they always talked about it. Yeah, some depend on who they are. 10 for Deb, 1 for him, 10 for Deb. So bottom line is, if we want to do this, I'm okay doing it. Just remember, there's no cameras at those precincts. There's a camera at on those machines. So whatever this board decides, I'm not against hand counting. I'd like to see the difference, and I'd like to see what that comes out.
All right, I got about 11 speaker request forms, so I just ask that you respect the intelligence levels of people who are you're talking to. So if you want to repeat yourself, understand that hopefully they give you enough respect to understand what you've said. So try to bring us new information so we can come to some conclusions. So the first guy up to bat is Dale Boos. Dale, you want to come forward?
Yes, my name's Dale Boos, and gosh, I was hoping to be last, but I'm first. So anyway, thanks for this opportunity. And, you know, getting back what Deb says, you know, those people that would count in the precincts, of course, you're not breaking the chain of custody when you're counting in the precincts. The second thing is they take an oath. They take an oath to count fair, and if something is wrong, you know, they correct it. It's instantly auditable. I had some handouts of a tally sheet, that's what that is. And when you're calling out the names, you mark it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, if they call that particular name. Now, the names aren't right on that tally sheet. But once they get to 5, everybody says 5. 2 people say 5. If one says 4, you count those 5 over again, and now you make another slash where you've got an X on there so that you know those 5 ballots were recounted. It's instantly auditable, instantly transparent. And you guys were talking about how eager you are to save money. Here you go, here's your chance. And so I did a little figuring. You should, I know the auditor said 3 people per precinct, but you really should have 5 so that you eliminate any kind of questions. So that would be 230 people. And this would probably take under an hour. You got to remember, those 230 people are counting at the same time. You don't bring the ballots out of the precinct. That's breaking the chain of custody. Now, if you bring them to a central location, now you got a mess. And so I did a little figuring. If you take 3 seconds per ballot to count them, and say you get easy figuring, say you got 100 ballots, that's 300 seconds. And so you divide 60 seconds into 300, because that's 60 seconds is a minute. That comes to 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So you take, say you got 500, so you take 5 times 5, which is 25 minutes for 500 ballots. And so, so if you got 230 people and you want to pay them $20 an hour, I just took that number, you got $4,600 to count this election. Now, what's ES&S going to charge you?
All right, you get 2 seconds.
You don't really know. You don't really know.
All right,
you get the bill and you pay it. So
Dale, I'm gonna
anyway,
move on
I'll
to,
be around for more questions.
You bet. And you and I we're at odds on this, your fuzzy math thing here. So maybe we'll be able to prove it. There's just no way. We can't even get people to show up for volunteer. First you started about volunteers, now you're talking about paying them, and then we're like, we can't get volunteers even to work at the polls hardly. So 230 people to volunteer to count is going to be unsurmountable, or hopefully we can surmount it. So we'll have that conversation. But we'll move on to Cindy. Cindy Cook, you're next.
Commissioners, thank you. Cindy Cook. I'm not sure if you guys looked this over, and maybe I didn't explain that.
We did look at it, yep.
Okay, so then you know that the statistical probability of the percentage of votes spread from the mock election, which is on the top, to election night, which is on the bottom, is effectively zero. So the machines are not, this is 10 races. The machines have done this. This is an algorithm in the machines. Deb, you said you didn't like machines. This is why. And you just had a cybersecurity attack on Pennington County. What do you think the effect would be on our elections? So it's very quick and easy to hand count. Nobody here, or you went to a hand count event, somebody did, in Pierre, but we have perfected it. It's very fast. And I can't help but think if there's 1,000 people in a precinct, you know, it's 2 races. How quick will that be? 30 minutes? An hour? It's not long. And people have lost all trust in our elections and running. So I've said that, said it again. And it is so funny that all these people came up here asking for money today. And we have come time and time again showing you how to save money. And ES&S is costing a fortune even on off-election years. And they're foreign investors that own it. With Chinese parts, they're putting in our machines. So I think at this point, we need to lose the machines. I'm going to read one other thing from the convention resolution, and it says many developed countries such as Germany, Norway, Netherlands, France, Canada, Denmark, Italy, United Kingdom, Ireland, Spain, Portugal, on and on, they all hand count their ballots in the precinct, and it has become the gold standard for election integrity and low cost. So I'll end it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. We're going to go to Ms. Tonchi. You have the floor, Ms. Tonchi. You got 3 minutes, please.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I have personally been involved in recounts of ballots. About this time last year, there was a school board election that we had a recount, and we did find a vote that the machine missed in one of the precincts. Now, in a very close election, like I just lost one by 2 votes for a precinct committee woman, that can matter. And the machine did not find it. They ran them through the machines. They got the same count. We found the ballot that was missed when we hand counted. So that does happen. When I had a recount this year on my precinct race, there was another precinct also that had a recount. They found a ballot there too. That one was a different number that came out of the machine. So what is the real answer? We don't know. The only way to resolve this is with a hand count, which was not required by law, so I did not get that. But I do think that integrity of the elections is what people care about. I think you'll see turnout go up when people have confidence in the turnout. I would posit to you that you have a wealth of people that would be available for this. Yeah, it's hard to get poll workers because that's during the day, but at 7 o'clock at night when the polls close, people have an hour or two that they will donate to this cause. And if the law says you have to pay them, you have to pay them, but people will do it. And I would say that the committee men and women, this is a Republican race. Almost every precinct has a committee man and woman already that were elected, and some of us lost the race. We would be available too. So these are people that are interested in the process, and they have made themselves available because they're active citizens. I would say that that would be a good place to look for your personnel. And having been a vault teller, one of my first jobs was I was a vault teller in a bank, and I was responsible for hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash every day. Everything was dual control, and that's why you need 2 people, and you need a 3rd person for a referee, because what the law allows when you are counting the ballots, you're looking at the official stamp. Is it there? Is it a valid ballot? Is it the correct precinct stamp? And Also, is it, how the ballot is voted? This is something machines don't determine. They cannot always determine voter intent. So I would say to you that this is an excellent opportunity to show that those things, that we can count our election. And I will stand by for questions as well. There's more I could share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being cognizant of our time. Senator John Carley, you want to come forward, just give your name and then go ahead, and you got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Senator John Carley. Nice to see you, commissioners. I was just going to quickly give top 10 reasons why you might want to consider hand counting for this small election coming up. First one is the president is encouraging it. We just had him here at Mount Rushmore, and I'll just read a truth post he put up. He said, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots, and while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines. Using voting machines that are complete and total disaster must end now. Remember, without a fair and honest elections and strong and powerful borders, you don't even have a semblance of a country. So he's encouraging it. We could honor him in that. Second one, it's already in state statute. So South Dakota Codified Law 1220.13.1 allows us to do hand counting, so you're covered on that. Another reason, number 3, is South Dakota, and in particular Pennington County, is the perfect county to try that in. Small election, small precincts. We have volunteers that will very likely stay for that extra hour of counting. Fourth reason, we've done it for hundreds of years. So we've done hand counting for hundreds of years. We've only recently, in the past 3 or 4 decades, used computers to do it. Additionally, we'll save a lot of money. It's about 20% of the cost of using machines to do hand counting. Number 5, it builds trust in elections. We heard that a little bit earlier. Let's give some people an example of the trust in that. Next, we have small precincts. So we have about 80,000 or so in Pennington, and the precincts are quite small, good place to do it. Seventh reason, some citizens have tried but been rebuffed. So what an opportunity to honor some of the citizens who have been asking for this. Number 8, the counting's been perfected and demonstrated. Some have seen that. It's been demonstrated quite a bit. It's a gold standard. And then lastly, it's the right thing to do. It's especially for this election with a small number. I just encourage, considering that. It's easy to do it. We've got the volunteers. The costs are low. Additionally, just to address some of the, the camera question. That's a great question about it. I think sometimes we have cameras outside buildings, like we have a camera looking at a computer, but we don't have little teeny computers or little teeny cameras inside that machine seeing what it's doing. And so I think it's comparable that we don't have cameras on the individual people counting, but we do have 3, 4 people as backup, and I think that's a good way to kind of have accountability on that. So I'd encourage you. We have a great election coming up, easy to count, and I'd recommend doing the count at the precincts first, and then doing it later when you bring it to the county to actually do it in the machines. I think then you won't have anyone saying it was done wrong or anything like that. Count it at precincts while it's already there, and then certainly run it through the machines later, but would encourage that. Thank you for
Are you up for a question?
Yes.
I typically don't like that. This whole number thing where you guys keep saying it's cheaper, I don't get it. Well, how do you come up with those numbers that it's cheaper to hand count?
Yeah, well, the main reason is the software and the licensing agreements for the computers, ES&S, and the annual costs on those are much higher cost to count an election than it is to.
How do you figure that, though? Where do you get those numbers? Are you comparing them to somebody that's hand counting right now, or is it just a estimate that somebody threw out there?
Yeah, no, I think we've looked at it. We've actually taken I have an example. We've taken the machines. So here's an example. $60,000 was spent with ES&S to count 18,000 ballots. So that was one of the counties spent $60,000. It's public record.
Which county was that? Do you know?
This, I looked up, I think this was actually Meade County.
Meade County?
So $60,000, 18,000 ballots. So if you do the math, that's about $3.35 a ballot.
So they got charged to count 18,000 ballots?
Yeah, you can kind of calculate what it costs just about for that.
Okay.
You can look at the state number example. 1.7 million was spent ES&S. So those are the public
Was
records.
that spent just for counting, though? That's what I'm saying.
That was spent for the election.
Involved,
for that year of counting that election, it was 1.7 million.
Okay.
So with 500,000 ballots across the state, that's again about $3.35 a ballot. So if you if you then take that same math and do the hand counting and even paying people.
The SNS provide the ballots too? I mean, they have to pay for those to be printed and everything?
Correct.
Are you figuring that cost in? Because either way, you have to print the ballot. So that cost is.
Correct. This is the actual software licensing.
So this is just the cost of the software.
And the machines.
And the machine rental or
Correct.
whatever.
You got it.
18,000 ballots.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of states and counties do this. They just look at what is their cost, how many ballots are we counting, and they look at the per ballot cost. And so the comparison then they're saying, okay, if we counted those ballots in the case of this election, say 3,000 ballots, and you spent, I don't know, someone threw out the number $4,600, whatever it is, divide that and you'll get a lower number than $3.35 per ballot.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, next, Heather. And Heather is the Republican nominee for the, this is Heather Baxter. A different Heather. She's going to be running for, is there someone running against you at the?
Yes,
Okay.
I have two others.
Okay, perfect, okay.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Heather Baxter from here in Rapid City. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. Just an update, from June 2nd in Rapid City, we had 20,321 people that voted, so 28.28% voter turnout. I'm sure Sabrina went through all the codified law for you in regards to Chapter 12. That alone gives you 16 different references in law allowing and guiding you through hand counting of the ballots. So that's a wonderful foundation. Not to mention that we also have 6 state laws, or I'm sorry, state administrative rules that allow for the hand counting and give you guidance and direction as well. So together, you've got a foundation of 22 state laws combined with administrative rules. So I'm in favor of counting the governor's race, as it was mentioned before, with just having it be one race on the ballot. It'd be quick and simple. I've offered in the past for 5 years, even prior to being a legislator, to come in and help. I'm still willing to help. I have a team of people too that have offered that are constituents in my district. Happy to rally them together and come in and count, especially if it's only in the evening for just the counting part of it. I like how it allows you see the voter intent. I had taken in some elderly folks in to vote in the past, and they filled in the wrong circle, so they put an X through it and they circled the actual candidate that they wanted. You guys maybe have done the research. How was that counted? Did the machine see it as an overvote? Did the machine see it as the X meant, no, I don't want that one, and the circle is the one I want? So I do like that voter intent is available to see on the hand count. With this being a Republican race only, that of course means you only have to have Republicans in the room to do the hand counting of it, so you don't have to worry about finding other people from the party. And then I just also wanted to remind you of the codified law 1217B3. Any governing body has that have supervision of elections within any political subdivision may adopt, experiment with, or abandon any automatic tabulating or electronic ballot marking system in all or some of the precincts within its jurisdiction, or in combination with any other type of voting system approved for use by the State Board of Elections. So just, you guys do have the power. I'm sure you probably saw this. Columbia just hand counted their 25+ million ballots by hand. And they did that in less than 3 hours. So it doesn't take very long. I'd encourage you guys to support this, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Heather, for being cognizant of our time.
Mr.
Keith,
Chairman.
Rudy? Yep, go ahead.
One follow-up question for
Go
her,
ahead.
please.
Heather, would you up for a question?
So I have not dug into it. I did ask the question, and maybe you would have the answer, but my understanding, doing a hand count at the precinct level, and then once those are sealed, and if it comes back, and it's a question of about chain of custody, and so under what circumstances can you open up those precinct level ballots and do another count on those? And so the question is, if we do a hand count at the local precinct level, and then we come back and we say that we're going to run those through the machines, is that allowable?
Yes, it is. Yep, and the seal on the box can be broken once when the auditor has had that box brought to them, and they, after the hand count, can run it through those machines too, and so you can get the best of both people's requests, the machines plus the hand counting, and so.
Okay, and then I'm going to reverse it. And so what if we didn't do hand counting at the precinct, we brought all the ballots in, we ran them through the machine, and then are we allowed to do a hand count?
Yes, you can also do a full hand count after that as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the answering those questions. Keith, are you here? Keith, going once. All right, I guess he left. Peter Vadenka. You have the floor, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Peter Vadenka. I live in the Piedmont. And I hear this talk about voting by hands, counting by hands, counting by machines. I cannot stop thinking that it was done for decades and decades when everything was counted by hand. How come we all forgot about that? How come we don't understand it suddenly? And it used to be counted right in the precincts. What I think is, right now at this moment, we have very good opportunity to actually test this theory. We're gonna have a governor race, which is separate race, just between the two guys, nothing else is there. Why don't we try to hand count that and see how it's gonna go? It would be really simple. Put this name go over here, this name goes over here, and to add together the ballots which are on each pile. So it should be very simple. Why don't we try that and see how it's go? I think it's gonna be going actually a lot easier than what we think. I personally went in the class which was done in Capitol, in Pierre, about the hand counting. And it was so easy and so simple to see when you do that, and so fast. I wish everybody can try that, attend that class, because it just blows your mind how simple and safe it is. And like Dale was talking about, every 5 votes, there is checkup. And if the 5 votes don't work for 4 people who are sitting around the table, then you just figure out no 5 votes. So recounts go by 5 votes, not by hundreds of ballots. And also another thing is, we're talking about how to get in the people, that people are not volunteering to go and do the counting and be in the precincts. Well, we have precinct committee men, precinct committee women. Those are elected officials. Why don't we put that responsibility on them and say, hey, you go and bring the people to the voting booths. They know the people. They voted for them. Maybe that would be the place to start and give them the responsibility to bring the people for the counting. So I think we have chance to do hand counting right now, which is going to come soon this year, and maybe we should start there and see what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Loretta. Jagula? I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but go ahead.
Good morning, Jim. Thank you very much. This is an issue that's I'm very, very passionate about. And I just reiterate what everybody else has said. And I visited at length with my sister who worked on election day for years. And the chain of custody is very, very true, and they have to make sure before they ever release those at the precinct that every number balances. Just like Tanchi explained, everything has to balance. There's no question before those ballots are locked up and taken over to the courthouse. So I just want to reiterate that everything that's been said is true, and I think that this is an ideal time to try it. And we just celebrated 250 years, and during that 250 years, many people have shed their blood, brothers, sisters, husbands, whatever, for freedom in this country and liberty. And if we just think about what's happening recently over the last few elections, I'm sorry, but conservative people are losing ground, and we are heading the wrong way. And I just think that this is an opportunity, an ideal one at this moment on this election to do hand counting. Thank you.
Thank you for being respectful of the conversations. Next guy, Mike, this is your third time, brother, so let's go. Make it a charm.
Hello again, Mike Mueller. So the convention, our state convention wrapped up 25, 26, 27 June. I happen to be vice chair of the planning committee and subcommittee for facilities chair. So sorry I didn't make it to the budget hearings on the 23rd and 24th. We were setting up for convention. However,
we talked about that.
Today we have opportunity as vice chair of the Pennington County Republicans. I've already set the stage to recruit volunteers for this election. We've got precinct people, as Tanchi was talking about. We've got folks that ran for precinct positions. That is part of a representative republic. And in a Republican-only election, we've got a great opportunity to come in and do the hand count. And if it's only less than an hour per precinct, we can do that at the precinct, bring them here, run them through the machines, as Commissioner Durr, and thank you for bringing this item to the agenda, to have a double check here. Give the confidence on either end of this. Those that believe in machines and those that believe in the hand count. So we are poised as a party, our county party, to recruit and get those bodies filled. As you say, volunteers are scarce. This one would be important enough. It's a simple test. Very simple test to take it to the people and give them confidence in our election process. Thank you.
Mike, I got a question for you, if you don't mind. Senator. Sure. What would your expectation of an outcome be? Say they do the hand count, they do the computer count, and they're the same. What would be, what do you surmise from that? What would you surmise?
That would reinforce those that think the machines are the gold standard. But I think the hand count, when you have eyes looking at it, as Heather was explaining, looking at that mismarked ballot, how the machine sees that, as Tanchi says, making sure that the right precinct stamp is on it, putting physical eyes on it, I think gives us all the confidence we need.
But I mean, going forward at that point, do you think then there's another opportunity to look at it deeper, or what are you thinking? I don't understand what we're trying to achieve in the end. Just trying to say, compare the two. Is that what we're looking at, or what?
Would give us a comparison if it was an absolute bullseye on every precinct, number-wise, it would remove some doubt. But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't want to do it again.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. Tina, are you here still?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It would be crazy if you did both and all of a sudden Johnson won.
Tina Mullally. I live in Rapid Valley. I'm just a little unaware of what the process is in electing or establishing who can be a volunteer, because I have volunteered 3 times, put my name in, and I've never received a phone call the last 3 elections. So I'm not quite sure when you say that we can't get volunteers, when some of us have volunteered and we don't get any kind of a notification, even though as an elected official, I could serve in a different precinct, I could serve in a different district, it's all relative to where if we don't have the volunteers, what's the criteria for accepting volunteers when I know I have volunteered 3 elections in a row and have never received a phone call? Thank you.
I think you're on that list. Got a list of don't call these people back.
Okay.
No, we'll figure it out. So that's a good point. Good question.
Mr. Chair, I have one comment about when we keep talking volunteers to do the election. Every election worker that comes forward once they go through the process, they're entered into the county's HR system and into our payroll system. Mm-hmm. Every election worker is paid by the dollar amount that we set.
I think the dollar amount's like $25 an hour.
Yeah. So anyway, but they are, once they go through, they're hired by the auditor's office. All election workers across the state are employees of the county. We just don't have volunteer positions to work the precincts. They all have to be in our system. So
right. No, I get you. Okay. it's still tough to find people,
Chair.
but there's possibilities, like you said, just being a primary. Go
I
ahead.
was interested in what you were talking about outcomes. So what if they both match?
That was the question.
And that's what I said. So are we still going to say, okay, something happened, now Pennington County, you just cheated, you matched it just because that machine said? There's evidence based on that machine, am I correct, Dana or Sabrina? That there's evidence showing how those outcomes came off that machine as well, isn't there? Okay. And it'll do it by precinct and all that kind of stuff. So if it all matched, does that mean then that we're going to say
Well,
that?
I think you gotta consider all the other considerations.
Well, and if it's one off or one off or one off, I'm okay with that. But if you're like, you know what I mean? 2 votes are huge, as Tanji said, 5 votes, 10 votes, I get it. But it's going to be interesting for me, hopefully we do it, to see those outcomes. And I'm actually, if I could, I'd like to be at one of the
I
precincts.
already volunteered you to count them, so you're
No,
on
I'd
that
like
list.
to be there, and then I'll come watch you guys this year too, Sabrina and Dana, just to see how the other stuff
I
works
think
as
you gotta
well.
take notes during the whole process. If it's
what I
something
said.
that you venture down, then you have to take notes of the whole process.
That's what I'm saying, to
What
stay
did
at
it
the
take to get
precinct.
people to do this? What did it really cost?
Yeah.
All these considerations would have to take place.
Yes.
And then you got an outcome and you can go, okay.
That's what I
You
mean.
got some evidence based.
I'd like to be involved with that, just
Yeah,
to
I
see
already
this year.
volunteered you.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Go forward. Deb's the head counter, the head vote counter. So Meta, Halverson, Meta, are you here? I really appreciate how everybody took heed to my direction and really have not repeated themselves, so thank you. Meta, you have the floor.
Meta Halverson, Lawrence County. Since you just reminded us of that again, I will not repeat a number of things that were already presented. But I think, again, except for this part, this would be a good opportunity to hand count this election, upcoming election. Give it a try. Just consider the cost, in the future, consider the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. And I pronounced your name wrong, it was Meta, so. Greg Blanc, you're the last person up for bids, and then we're gonna summarize this conversation and move on.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service to the community. Appreciate you a lot. I think most of you know that the Bible says that there's wisdom in a multitude of counsel, so I'm grateful that you're willing to receive our input. The question for me is, what is the value of having the trust of the voters? During the campaign, what was on the lips of the people of the doors that I knocked on was property tax relief and election integrity. Heard a lot of discussion this morning, and yeah, I haven't checked the numbers. I haven't checked the numbers either. So you may be right. There may be an additional expense. I don't know. I'm not positive on that. But even if there is a slight increase, to have the redundancy of both a hand count and the ESS tabulators, the question again is, if that earns the value of the voters, I think it's worth it. Now, according to Ballotpedia, I just looked this up, Alaska, Colorado, Idaho, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, Texas, Vermont, Wisconsin, all do both. They have redundancy, and I think that would be wisdom for you to consider. Appreciate y'all. Thanks again.
Yep, thank you, sir, and I'm gonna, that's all of the public, that's a. No, she ain't gonna get no more time. Come, go ahead, hurry up, come on. Tanji spends a lot of time in the community.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Tanji Weaver. I just wanted to add to the discussion about buying ballots from ES&S. Yes, we do, apparently. They're under contract to provide the ballots. However, if you look at 1216.2, South Dakota Codified Law, it directs what a ballot needs to look like, and there are additional statutes. I don't have them right at the back of my mind right now, but they distinguish between a hand count ballot, which doesn't have to be that expensive. It is required to be on good bond paper in black ink, and the official stamp is required to have the precinct name or number, and the stamp is supposed to, on a hand-counted ballot, be on the back of the ballot near the top. So those are the requirements for a hand-counted ballot, if you're only hand counting.
Perfect.
So it would be a lot cheaper than doing that. And to answer Deb's question of, what if they come out the same? Then I would say you go with the one that's the least expensive. Maybe it's conclusive, maybe it's anecdotal, but, if you're looking to save money, this is a good way to make that comparison. And 3 people should be enough in this case, because you would just make 2 piles of ballots as you go and count them. You would need a referee for those 2. So those teams should arrive at 7 p.m. when the polls close and count those ballots there. They can phone in the results to the auditor. Those are your unofficial results, and then when you finally conclude that the numbers do match, that's your official result.
Thank you. I thank all of you for your input, and I'm gonna wrap up with the commission to allow any conversation or motions or whatever.
Mr. Chair.
There's nothing required, but Commissioner Roskinek, sir, you have the floor.
Well, I appreciate everybody coming today, and to be quite honest, before I even left the house today, I already had my mind made up. To me, it's a no-brainer. It's an important race. It's not gonna be real complicated. You've got 2 names, so I'm all for hand counting. I think we owe it to the public to show them that we do believe that we're open-minded and willing to give it a try. I'd like to think that if we do the hand and the machine and they come out the same, at least we tried. And hopefully they do come out the same. And then Conchi has a point. If that works, maybe we should be more open-minded and look at other races. But on this race, I'm all for hand
I
counting.
get you, and I think this commission's a good commission. We've been open-minded on a lot of stuff. So, I don't think
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, because those same 2 questions that I brought up about which way the counting goes and in what process, Tyler, do you have any input?
Well, yeah, I think he would have had more input, and that was something, we can have a conversation about it. Because of some of the complications,
Right.
I've taken a lot of his time and energy, so he's probably limited in ability to answer anything in depth.
Yeah, it's been a long, Tyler Sobczak, State Attorney's Office, long couple days, but I think there's a couple things we should talk about. And I'm sure there's a lot of people with other perspectives, and we're gonna get into some statutory interpretation. But from what I've been listening to, I think there's 3 things we really need to talk about. We need to talk about the original election, the runoff election. We need to talk about what I'm going to call an immediate recount. That's what it sounds like we're talking about here, is we're talking about the collection of ballots immediately, subsequently, immediately right after recounting them for validation of the original results. And then I think we should talk about the audit a little bit.
Okay.
So
let's do this, because I know that a lot of us, we've got 3 areas of concern that you want us to consider.
Yeah.
You just gave us. And so let us consider them and have this conversation. We got time, right? Or don't we have time? We don't really. Because the election's with the 28th of July. Okay.
Right, we need to try to fester this out now if we can.
yeah, I think it's got to be today. So let's start it out. So this may seem, where should I start, I guess? Let's start with, I guess, the audit. Gonna work backwards. I think it'll make sense at the end.
How about we do this? How about how about the commission, if you guys want to do this, make a recommendation and then have him give you the answer to that.
Well, let me put it this way, I guess. I'm concerned with the process where it's been counting the initial votes and taking them directly to the location for, let's call it, the validation immediately right after. Because to me, that seems like that's triggering a recount right away. Okay. And this gets particularly contentious, I guess, for lack of a better term.
What would you say would be the most
I'm concerned because of the ceiling.
Would it be to do the count, like, because we've already planned to do the count with the machine.
So Right, so what does it
Counts with the
take
machine.
process-wise legally to do a double tap?
Well, see,
ballot.
the whole thing is because, from my understanding, and Sabrina can probably jump in here and fill in where I'm missing, but when the ballots are counted, they're sealed, and essentially you would be lifting that seal to recount them again, which would be a Class 1 misdemeanor for anybody tampering with the box. So I'm not sure that plan works for that reason. So then let's talk about the audit. There's the audit, give me a moment to pull up the statute. 1217B21, which discusses the post-election audit, and the language says that 1217B20, the post-election audit must be conducted in 5% of the precincts, yada, yada, yada. The auditor must select the contest or the contest for the audit at random without use of the computer. So I think there's two ways you can cut that audit language. On one hand, you could say the audit must be conducted in exactly 5% of the precincts, because there's no language that says it must be conducted in at least 5% of the precincts. It seems like that's more of an exact language that it has to be 5%. Now I know we heard some conflicting information that audit could be the entirety of that, but that's not or the whole election, I guess. That's not necessarily how I read that statute. It says must be conducted in 5%. And what makes me think that that's the most likely interpretation is because there wouldn't be language about the random selection of the precincts following right after. It seems that there's a definitive process. So I'm concerned about the double count immediately because the sealing of the boxes is problematic for the workers. They could be opening themselves up for legal liability. And it likely would overstep the recount provisions, which are only triggered upon certain actions taken by a candidate who wants the recount to be conducted.
So Tyler, you're debating yourself, so what's the bottom line if you want to do a hand count and a machine count? Tell us, bottom line, how do we get it done legally? That's what we're asking you, because it sounds like you have the votes for that, or
Well,
that we
all right,
want to do it.
if you want to do it, so I guess the best way to do it, and like I said, it's not my interpretation of it, but I'm sure you could find another lawyer to disagree with it, is to do the machine count initially and do a full audit of the post-election recount, because I think that's safer for all of the poll workers for lifting the seal of the boxes. But like I said, I'm not sure if that's my interpretation of the post-election audit statutes, because it does say must be conducted in 5. And the specific would control. But
Okay.
I can stand for any questions you have.
You guys understand what he's saying there? Each one of you guys is personally liable.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
And I mean, we have a lot of election experts in the room too. I would invite them to chime in if they have.
Get that, but you're the guy
So-
that's gonna actually go to bat for us,
So
so.
would we go, sorry, Chair,
Go ahead.
would we go against if we wanted to do the precinct, and what would happen to us if we did it through the precinct, then came and count them? Are we like, they're gonna say, you commissioners, and the public's not gonna say anything, because they're gonna say, thank you, Jesus, you guys wanted to checks and balances. But in general, I guess sounds like it's more,
I think people are opening themselves up to Class 1 misdemeanors if they are opening themselves up to misdemeanors if they lift those seals.
Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor. So just to kind of help break this down, it's either we need to do one or the other. Whether you want to say we are going to hand count at the precincts, great and fine, that's the decision that needs to get done. But we cannot hand count at a precinct. So in the steps and statutes, it's the ballots can be opened for counting. So once you break that seal and that precincts, they hand count it and they seal it, those ballots are to remain sealed unless it's either court-ordered, a recount filed, or a post-election audit.
so can you do a post-election through machines?
No, it has to be a hand count post-election audit.
So if you count them with the machine and they're sealed. and they're
Correct.
Supposed to remain sealed.
And
unless
then
there's
we
a
can
court
open it
order
for a
to open them.
post-election audit if you wanted us to
So
scan
if
them.
if we chose to do a post-election audit, and we want to audit every one of them.
If you want to, whether Tyler wants to chime in, I know the law says must be 5%.
That's where the gray area is on the 5%, right? It says 5%.
I wish the statute was a little bit better, clearer.
So we could just, but I don't want to put anybody else in harm's way.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So, as part of this discussion over the years of the people wanting to hand count, that was one of the reasons I understand that the legislature adopted the law, which says you have to do the 5% audit at the end of it. And I think that 5% has been done two election.
Just alone in this primary, there, I think at least I know of 3 counties that did a post-election audit of the 5%, and they matched to the tabulation.
It looks, Commissioner, it looks like that 17B20 was enacted 2023, and the following 17B21 enacted 23, amended 2025. So it's pretty new in the grand scheme of things.
So my point is that, I mean, they received some sort of a new law which allowed for an audit to be processed afterwards to look to see whether or not there's any errors, mistakes, et cetera, in it. And so that's why, personally, I believe that the hand counting is not, certainly is a choice by each entity, but certainly is being validated through the audit process.
Validated with the 5%?
Yep.
Not 100%?
Right.
So can I ask the chair, Sabrina, something, Chair? So if we did the tabulator, how would we, if we wanted to do the post-election of all of it, do you guys do that, or do you have to have other people helping you do that? And would that process kind of look like a precinct, except it'd have whatever those people that we hired, to a certain extent, you'd have to have a certain amount to start hand counting after you did the ballots? What would that look like on a post audit? Or would you just do it yourselves?
The post-election audit, we would bring in people to do it right in our office. We wouldn't do it as the office staff. We would have outside our
So
office.
you'd have volunteers helping you, just like you would at precincts? Paid volunteers?
Paid board members.
Paid
yes.
board members. So we'd still get the same result, we just wouldn't have it at the precincts?
Correct.
And you're only gonna have 5%, you're not gonna have 100%.
Yeah, but Tyler said if we wanted to, we could do it 100% if we wanted
No,
to.
that's not what he said.
Well, he kind of said it. He said you
No,
can
he
break
did
the
not.
law.
He did not kind of say.
I said that's
he
one
said-
interpretation, that's not my interpretation.
And he said it.
Just to be clear.
His opinion is it will open up
All right.
an opportunity for a misdemeanor charge
it's
to
public
people that
trust.
unseal those ballots. Is
So
that
I'm
correct,
getting what you're
Tyler?
saying, Weifenbach, but it's public trust to see, the
Hold on
bottom
a
line is
second.
to see
You
both
asked
sides.
me what he said. I'm telling you
All
what
right.
he said.
No,
Tyler?
I'm
is
not
that-
arguing
is that
with you.
what you
For
said
the
or what you not
post-election
said?
audit,
Yeah.
I'm reading it as exactly 5%.
Okay. Anything different than that opens up the opportunity for a misdemeanor charge to the people involved.
Well, that would be for the transporting of the original,
Go ahead.
the original votes to a centralized location for a second unsealing, essentially.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. You guys,
Mr.
everybody
Chair.
understand that?
Yeah, I do. And the concern that I would have is, I kind of wanted us to set the example of doing a double count and then showing, whatever it was, that we actually, took the process to do that. I'm okay with having Commissioner Hadcock on the front page about, election integrity, et cetera. What I don't want to have happen is that our ballots that we count would somehow be challenged and then thrown out of the entire election count. So I'm going to make a motion and see if Mr. Tyler has comments on my motion. I'm going to make a motion that the runoff election for the gubernatorial race, which is what date?
July 28th.
28th, that we run the ballots as normal on our other elections. We don't do hand counting at the precinct level, and that we run those, and then if legally allowed, if we have a response, that we do 100% hand count following that. That's my motion.
For the post audit, you're talking.
For the post audit, 100% versus 5, if legally allowed.
Right.
Second. For discussion.
And then what that would require is us running this up the chain and try to get something back and getting an answer as to whether or not we can do this. And if we don't have an answer, if legally allowed, if we can't get a definitive answer, I'm not willing to put the entire election at risk.
You're not going to get a definitive answer because we could do whatever we want until somebody brings effect to it. And when they bring effect to it, then it goes to the court and the court decides. So if we do that and it's not legal, then it could be invalidated. That's what I'm telling you guys. I've seen it. I mean, nobody can give you an opinion that can stand on the gold standard. They just can't do it. I mean, either we could do a hand count, live with the hand count.
How about running it through the
I'm sorry,
courts
Cindy, sit down,
first?
please.
How about?
Please, let's.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So I think what Jerry's saying, if we don't hear nothing, then we'd go with the 5%. Simple as that. Hopefully, we hear something.
You cannot tell, a person is not the judge. The judge is going to make the final decision. Am I wrong or right? The judge is going to make a final decision. So if you guys want to take an opportunity, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with some risk. But the fact of the matter is I'm not going to risk an individual person. I'm not going to risk Sabrina or anybody else or the election to take that chance.
That's why he made the motion, Ron.
I'm telling you, you can't do that. You legally cannot do that. You cannot tell somebody that their opinion is going to hold up in the court. It just won't happen. I mean, you guys are being unrealistic if that. I mean, I would say if somebody could come up with a definitive answer, yeah, but it ain't going to happen. It can't happen if he's telling us.
Let's move forward, Ron. I think there's a motion, honey.
All right.
Thank you.
But I'm not against the hand count. I'm telling you, I'm just against putting anybody else in a position to jeopardize an election. We talk about free and fair elections, and we want them to be consistent and effective. And if this goes against what I believe, I'm sorry, Tonchi, hold on. Point of order from the audience?
Well, did you ever close public comment on this?
We did close public comment when we took our last person. I mean, we didn't formally close it, we never have in the past, so. But I mean, I'm not gonna listen to other people's legal opinions when I have a lawyer that I trust giving me a legal opinion. The whole commission's gonna vote, and they could outvote me simply, but I wanna make my position on the record. If we want a hand count, I'm fine with that. We can do a hand count.
Okay, Ron, I'm going to call the question.
Okay, let's go. Okay, we got a motion. Where's the second? Jerry's motion. Who's seconding the motion? Yes. Can you report the
Call the question, either
shuts the discussion down or keep moving on.
Okay, let's call the question. You want to vote on calling the question? Okay.
Roll call.
All in favor, say aye.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Let's repeat the motion one more time.
We're just going to call the question.
Okay.
Wyffenbach,
Aye.
Hadcock, Roskinick,
Aye.
Durr,
Aye.
Drews,
Aye.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to, we have a motion. If you want to repeat your motion, Jerry?
Okay, the motion is that we don't do the hand count at the precinct level. That, and this is for the gubernatorial runoff on the 28th of July, that we use the tabulators as in any normal election, and that the post-audit election, instead of the 5% of the precincts, it's 100% of the precincts, and that we do that process if legally allowed.
Okay, so we have a motion from Durr and a second from Hadcock. Does everybody understand the motion? Yeah. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Wyffenbach,
No.
Hadcock, Roskinick,
Aye.
Durr,
Aye.
Drews,
No.
Okay, motion carries 3-2, so we're gonna
Okay,
do,
so let's talk about the logistics of that vote then. So I'm anticipating we will not receive any direction from the Secretary of State's office regarding this vote. How do you want me to, or Sabrina's office or I to, because I already gave you my opinion on 1217B20 and that it's exactly 5%. So I guess I'm not, how do you want me to run this up the totem pole?
Just to step in, I will send a call out to SDPAA that if this ends up in court, how would they represent us? So I will get that sent out as a phone call
does that
today.
seem fair to you guys?
Yeah, it does, but in addition to that, because again, Tyler, I respect your opinion. What I would like to do because I'm hearing from, and again, I'm just going to, Heather Baxter, who's, got the Republican nominee for Secretary of State, and I'm hearing that, we could do both ways, and I'm not the expert on this. And so in addition to that, I would ask that we send it up to the Secretary of State's office at the same time, send a response off to the AG's office.
Okay.
So you want a response from,
And if we get something, yes, and if we get something back, because again, I'm going to put the burden back on the people that are going to certify the election, and it's going to be the Secretary of State's office, and the one that would get involved if this is an issue would be the AG's office.
okay, so those
And
two
so,
people, and then.
right, and then obviously, if we get nothing back, we don't have, that's what I would deem to be the legal opinion
Official
test.
correspondence from some other government entity.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so we thoroughly understand that, guys?
Yes.
Those three, okay, perfect, okay. Let's move on, next item. Thank everybody for their participation, and you heard the outcome, so. Let's go to, sometimes a step forward is better than no step at all, so. You want to take over for a second?
Yep. Okay, we're moving on to item 16, which is the 2027 provisional budget.
We're going to go up to
Yep.
15B.
Let me go back here. Okay, 15B, ambulance service in Pennington County, and who's going to speak on this?
I will.
I'm going to call on Commissioner Dewar then.
Pop up the presentation, please. I'm going to try to run through this quickly. I know it's already been a long day. So at the beginning of the year, we were notified by the Rapid City Fire Department, the chief, that I believe Custer County, Pennington County, Meade County were given notification in this letter that's attached, and basically stating, here's your formal notice about the need for partnership in EMS services in the unincorporated areas of Pennington County to continue that service. And the quote here worth noting at the bottom is, if no contractor agreement is reached by December 31st of 2026, we will no longer be able to provide ambulance services to the unincorporated areas of Pennington County after that date. And so there's been at least once or twice a few months ago was on the agenda. We had Custer County come up and talk, some officials in the in the EMS world talking about partnerships and what Custer County would do, how this would impact Pennington County and the surrounding neighbors. And the fire chief, Culverson, and I and some other individuals were invited to a community meeting out at New Underwood at the city's request, and that was June 17th. So at that meeting, we had people from Meade County that live just north of New Underwood. We had people in New Underwood and people outside of New Underwood in this unincorporated area. Listening to the presentation from the fire chief and asking questions about service, and some of the stuff had already been brought up by some of the public comment, the concern about the fact that at the local level, these volunteers, and many of our volunteers, are providing that service on the interstate, on state highways, and that incorporates a lot of the call volume going out. And I would say that, the chief did a great job of answering and took a lot of questions from the public. And, I believe the number given for New Underwood, if they wanted to continue to provide service in New Underwood, was about $70,000 if they were to contract to have that service. That dollar amount is based on the number of calls in that community, and then what happens if New Underwood contracts and what happens to the other areas outside of that. And so my question to the chief was, what is that dollar amount to cover New Underwood and the unincorporated areas? And it was roughly, I believe, around $803,000. Go on. And so sustaining rural EMS service, is currently providing, Rapid City is currently providing response areas outside the city limits. And there's a need for some financial participation from some of the different players to make sure that this is viable. And I believe the number that came up was the chief was looking to add for response effectiveness 2 ambulances and staff the crew, and that number was roughly about $2 million. Next slide. And so there was an EMS study statewide, because this is a statewide issue. It's just not a local issue to Pennington County. So there were 2 studies done, one in 2018 through Department of Health and one in 2023. And the study was based on 400 interviews with EMS stakeholders across South Dakota. And the statewide, they have a goal of a response time within 30 minutes or less. And at that point in time, the state had counted 122 ground ambulance providers. And in my previous time, when I worked in Meade County for the commissioners, we had, it probably would have been 2019, 2018, in that area, I believe, that we got a letter from the city of Sturgis stating that they were going to cease ambulance operations outside the municipal boundaries of Sturgis. And so at that point in time, we worked on getting an ambulance district set up east of Sturgis to kind of cover that stopgap. In the midst of that, Inning Ambulance Service, that had had an ambulance service for quite a while, couldn't keep up with volunteers, and so they went down. And then the county and Meade County, anyway, we contracted with some of the other ambulance providers in the area and paid them per run, per call. And so this has been an issue for a long time. And somebody sitting in the audience, from New Underwood would be Irene Madsen. And she's quite familiar with the EMS service in the rural area. And I think it would have been in the late 80s, early 90s, kind of aging us, but I went through the EMT course at New Underwood and became an EMT when I was a deputy sheriff. And that EMT class that I started with, those were the same people that worked until about 2011. And not to say this inappropriately, but just kind of said, I'm kind of aging out of this because I'm no longer to do this on a volunteer basis and keep up with this pace, and there's nobody coming behind that's going to provide this. And so that's exactly what came out of the EMS study, was that we're continued statewide, and it's both in fire service and ambulance service, all of those types of services, that we're seeing less volunteerism come up in these rural communities. Next. And so there's nationwide studies that have been done on this and working out, and this is what they call ambulance deserts. And that's where a populated area located more than 25 minutes away from ambulance service. And so 4.5 million Americans live in what is deemed to be an ambulance desert based on that call of 25 minutes. 52% of those are from rural counties. 82% of the counties had at least one ambulance desert, and we were one of those. And that would be the southeastern corridor of Pennington County. And you get back to it and say how many ambulance services, per 1,000 square miles. The study came back and said 1.6. And nearly 1 in 10 rural patients waited over 30 minutes for EMS. And this is something that has happened to the rural communities over the decades, because we used to have doctors in our rural communities. We used to have rural hospitals. It was decades ago, and I talked to, one of my neighbors and said they remember there being a doctor in New Underwood. And so getting back to this, that maybe decades ago, and it's changed, where ambulances were looked at as transportation. And so I'm going to transport a patient from point A to point B, from one medical facility to another medical facility. And that is no longer the case with the rural infrastructure and what's happened in our rural communities. It is an absolute medical transport that is happening, not just a vehicle transport. Next. And so I already talked about 30 minutes or greater in the southeast part of Rapid City in our county. Go ahead. And so the funding came up with a problem, and it's a problem that we have, and that's why I ran some of the financials I did on our rural fire departments, volunteer fire departments, on the amount of levies and those that are collecting dollars, to include our ambulance, to show that the levy for these rural departments and the amount of money that they're collecting is not enough to sustain continued operations. And it becomes specifically, and I did, Mary Williams from Wallace here, the mayor, and I appreciate her coming. But when you look in the study, what it found is, based on the payback and the number of calls that you have to have in those lower populated areas with those EMS services, those established ambulance services, you need to have a certain call volume. And I believe that Chief Culverson brought this up when he talked to the county before. He mentioned it, I believe, out in Winterwood, that statewide ambulance demand is increasing, and 911 ambulance response has increased by 52% from 2018 to 2022. And so ambulance billing has been brought up, and this is one of the issues that I've talked to several of the rural ambulance departments, both in Pennington and some in Meade County. And the chief brought this up in his discussion, and this is the issue about billing. And so the average South Dakota, BLS, basic life support charge is $900. Medicare is paying, about half of that. And so the average advanced life support call, $1,050, and getting back again, just a little over half. Next. And so a break-even problem, and this is a problem, so the break-even problem is a $600 average collection and do the number of transports, and this is from the study talking about what would be needed for a budget to sustain those operations of about $400,000. Next slide, Kenner. And not every call produces revenue. Again, a common issue that's talked about. No transport does not mean no cost, and so you get called out on those runs, and you're doing a patient transported at about 70%, and you can see the breakdown: canceled calls and no contact equals no billing opportunity. Next. So lower acuity calls, and it's talking about 72% of the 911 responses are generally lower acuity. And you look at that, and why is that? Because I'm not driving to a local doctor and some of the rural health care that has gone away. Next. And so you look at the 2018 survey on EMS compared to what they came up with 5 years later, and they talked about some of the issues back in 2018, and they were validated, those same issues, in 2023. And so Rapid City, here's their fire response numbers that the chief provided: 22,000 plus calls, type of calls, motor vehicle accidents, et cetera, and approximately 2,600 of those outside the response area. And the biggest players: Box Elder, New Underwood, and I did not have the numbers to break down the rest of those 1,220 calls. Chief, I just took those off your sheet. Next. And so New Underwood community, and it is a rural community concern, so when we went out there, the New Underwood leadership said, Jerry, we would like to look at the county for some leadership on this. And so, we're not wanting to pick this burden up on our own, so we're looking for some county leadership on this. And so I think it's an issue that the county needs to talk about and what that way ahead is forward. And so this is 2026 existing fire levies, and each of these, when I talk about, these are all taxing entities, so Battle Creek, Box Elder, Whispering Pines, Blackhawk, Rapid Valley, et cetera. This is what they're collecting, and so they're collecting about $4.5 million in their current levies for this year to fund their various departments to that degree. In addition to that, the county is overlaying a fire administration levy of about $287,000 on top of that. So the total tax dollar collected just in the levy for fire service in the county is about $4.8 million. Next. Existing taxing entities. So currently with the levy, Hill City is collecting $610,000. Keystone, $460,000. Eastern Pennington County, which covers Wall, is $182,000. And there is another taxing district, and it's Scenic Canada, just east of me. And right now for this year, they're collecting $0, but they do contract with Rapid City Fire. I believe it's about $5,000 a year contract to pay for the calls. I think the number of calls in that area was about 26, something like that. Next. So you take the 2026 funding totals from the fire district of $4.5 million, you add in what the ambulance districts are collecting, and for, I'm just going to call it those type of EMS services, then we're collecting about $5.8 million. And when you add in the levy that we're collecting for fire, it puts us between fire and ambulance between special assessments because Wall Ambulance District does not collect a levy. Under the law, you can only do, under an ambulance levy, you can only do 60 cents per thousand, but in addition to that, you can do 50 cents per thousand for capital outlay, so $1.10 per thousand. Wall is doing a special assessment per owner occupied. They just took the number of dollars that they needed to collect, divided up in that taxing district, and one of the constituents had gotten hold of me a few months ago about that, and I think he was paying about about $240 a year for that special assessment, which if you live in a $100,000 home or a $500,000 home, owner occupied, there's no difference in how that special assessment's collected. So between all of that, we're collecting about $6 million. Next slide. And so Rapid City funding methodology is just broken down by what it's estimated to the cost and what the reimbursement they would get back anticipated, and showing what that delta would be. And that's how they're getting to where it would come up to fund those two, roughly about 1.5. Next. And estimated.
So Jerry, you're saying the
Go back.
city was they're a shortfall of 1.5 million?
To continue to have two ambulances, and then you can, I mean, some of the numbers vacillate, but again, generally, that's the service cost to continue this is going to be 2.8 million revenue reimbursement. Because again, what the chief reiterated is that they're operating off of enterprise funds, but that is not going to be able to be sustained because the revenue coming back in is not equaling the cost to do business. Next. So the estimated contract by response area, and again, these are the chief numbers that I just kind of co-opt and put in here, and a funding share. And I did talk to Meade County, and Meade County is looking at what they're going to do. And again, we have they have an ambulance district that taxes just east of town, and you have, and again, our EMS people here will know this. There's a difference between a taxing entity and a response area. They don't always overlap perfectly. And so Meade County is looking at it. The Piedmont ambulance chief did give me a call over the weekend and said that Meade County, at least for Piedmont area, is looking at, they're going to have talks with the fire chief at Blackhawk, Kirk Klunder, and they're looking at expanding their EMS ambulance district to cover that response area around Blackhawk, which would creep into Pennington County. I believe Custer County just went through and set up some boundaries on getting that, and then Kanata Basin, getting back to their call volume, they're already contracting at $5,000 a year for that contract. So next. So 2 ambulances needed for outside coverage. The estimated cost with 2 staffed is 1.5, and I think the number is estimated at about 2.2 with 3 staff. And a friend of mine that used to work for me at the sheriff's office, and then he went over to move over to the fire department, was a paramedic and worked his way up the chain, and a couple of them I knew called me and said, when you look at what the chief is saying and you look at, let's just have a station on the west side that would cover part of the Keystone area, and you look at how that crew is made up, and so then when that crew has got to go out on, and supplement even to go up to Keystone or somebody else in another area that has ambulance service to provide some advanced support, that's taking away from other calls and things that are happening in the community. And next. So the annual cost per staff station, that is kind of broken out about $763 per ambulance. Next. And the fire ambulance opt-outs. And so when I talk about what we're collecting, and this got brought up about a year ago or so when some of the cap got put on, the 3% cap on owner-occupied. I know some of the fire service people were in Pier talking about how some of that tax property reform would handicap their ability to grow that base levy because of the base levy collected and the growth and the CPI, et cetera, and the opt-outs. And so here's a list of the opt-outs that we have. And so out of that 4.5 million, 1.8, almost 1.9 million of that is an opt-out. And what that would indicate is that basic tax levy that they're doing to provide that level of service in those different areas is not enough to keep up. Next. And some of the other opt-outs, and so I believe here's some historical opt-outs that have ended, and those were about 1.3 million. Next. So additional supplements to EM, and so Wall has a Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District, and they're collecting about, I believe, about $182,000 off their special assessment. And in addition to that, the city of Wall is kicking in another $160,000 out of Wall City's budget to supplement that, in addition to a monthly payment on an ambulance debt, and that monthly payment is $1,200 for an ambulance that was purchased in 2019, and so there's $55,000 left of debt to pay off of that. They provide a building lease for $1 a year, and they're doing free water, sewer, and garbage. Hill City, to supplement their ambulance district, is just providing water and sewer. You must be cheap up there, Mr. Roskinek.
It's not cheap.
Okay. And Keystone provides no additional supplements. They sold the land they had some land that they sold to the Keystone Ambulance, and that's their addition to that. So next. And legislative efforts, because this has been talked about at the legislative effort for a few years, and there was a bill up in front of the legislative session to basically say that, EMS is an essential service, and they kind of acknowledged that they were doing great work, but failed to give that essential service designation. And so they formed, again, another legislative summer study on a task force that met, I think, on the same day that we were meeting, June 17th, in New Underwood. They were having their meeting on their task force. And so the discussion basically then, and it's been a legislative bill that would say to municipalities and counties that here's another legislative mandate that this is going to be a mandated essential service, just like our public safety sector, some of the other things that we do. And so the state is looking at this, and they know, because it's the State Department of Health that certifies the ambulances across the state, and it's kind of leading some of this. But at the legislative level and the state level, they've known for years that this is headed for, a train wreck across the state into our rural communities. Next. So we have, these are mine, board talking points, potential funding and governance options. By law, we are allowed, and we could do a direct county levy. And so it is allowed, just like we do a fire levy, a library levy, et cetera. We could do an ambulance levy, and we could levy directly, cover those areas and that are unincorporated in another taxing entity, and lay out that ambulance levy. And then the county could contract directly with Rapid City and say, provide services to these unincorporated areas. And when we're talking about unincorporated areas, the biggest one in our community that's unincorporated with a high populace is Rapid Valley. And so option number 2, do the process to form ambulance districts. That can either be done by petition of the public, or the board itself can define what those boundaries are going to do and set the public hearings for that. And the comment about, setting up an ambulance district, then that ambulance district, before they can really form and decide what they're going to do, they have to have within that district, the voters in that district then go to vote to elect who that board is going to be. Then that board has to decide, do I want to collect a special assessment? How do I want to do this? Do I want to do a levy? Do I want to run my own ambulance service? Or do I want to contract with somebody else? And I can tell, and I've gotten quite a few calls on this, and getting back to, an ambulance district, I talked to Robert Tim, the Director of Government Affairs for Box Elder last week. Box Elder is looking at, and I know the submission had to be in last week. They submitted a grant, and what their approach is going to be that they're going to submit a grant through Department of Health to get some of that funding. And they're going to try to hire a consultant to look at the viability of Box Elder having their own ambulance service, and then taking that and overlaying it over their current fire response area. And so Box Elder is taking that approach. And the other thing to do then again, it's a talking point, is general fund contract. And again, how would that contract be funded? Would we do an ambulance levy? Would we work on setting up districts if we want to avoid a new levy in a stopgap situation? Do we want to look at some county budget funding during the 27 budget process to ensure that there is some funding going to Rapid City Fire by January 1st? Next. So the county has the authority to support ambulance service. It's in statute, and we can levy, we can contract, et cetera. Next. And creating an ambulance district, and again, I've kind of already talked about the borders have to be defined. There's a couple of different ways to do this, but again, that district then, just like a road district or fire district and the other ambulance districts, it's a separate entity outside of the county. Next. And again, separate governmental board, they decide, how they want to fund and who they want to contract with, what they want to do. Next. So what I did is I had our equalization department, and getting back to the conversations we had with GIS and some of that, I was happy that they could do this in-house without reaching out to Rapid City. But anyway, I had Trevor pull the parcel data for what would be the unincorporated areas. That's our director of equalization. And pull the parcel data out to show all of the areas that are not already overlaid in a taxing district, except for the fact in the southeast corner, I did include scenic Kanata for a talking point. Next. And so the estimated tax base, and how the area was defined, looking at rural Pennington County outside municipal boundaries. In this case, I did include New Underwood boundary for a talking point because New Underwood said we'd like to fall under some of the county direction and leadership. And so I excluded Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District, Hill City Ambulance District, Keystone Ambulance District, Rapid City, Box Elder, et cetera. And so the non-exempt parcels, the properties in there, came up with a value assessed after exemptions of $4.3 billion. And then you do the 90% factor on that. And we came up with about just shy of 1,500 mobile homes. Mobile home value about $45 million. Owner-occupied structures, 7,800. And that value at $3.35 billion, and kind of breaking it down as we go through to look at the different type of property values and structures we had in the county. Next. And so I came up with rough numbers for an estimated levy and a special assessment. And if we did, what it came up with in that property was about 2.51 mils if we just went full property, excluding the owner occupied, and based on the value of the entire taxing district. Now, for reference, think about the law says we could do 0.6, and this is 0.25, about a quarter. And if we did owner occupied only on the mill levy, it's about 0.32. And if we did a special assessment, it would come up to be about, on the owner-occupied only, based on the number of owner-occupied in that area, about 119. And so if you just look at, for example, doing a special assessment in that entire area, and it would be less if we were to incorporate some of the other taxing entities, that obviously the property value, but 119 versus what the special assessment is in Wall right now at about 240. It's quite the difference. And so you took the average property value within that area was 288,000 and put that mill levy, and it's 73 a year. And then if you did, that's on the owner occupied. And if you do the average, or again, average owner occupied, just saying owner occupied, it puts it to the 3.29 mils or.
Can you decipher to me what you mean by average owner occupied versus average full property value?
So that would be all of the property in that map. If you go back to those parcels that we pulled, it would be what the average is of the owner occupied value and then the average is of the entire property value. If you were going to say just owner occupied, or if you were just going to go the full property value.
What do you mean? I don't understand that.
Okay, so if you were just going to do owner occupied and you're going to do a special assessment, and then you would just do a certain dollar amount based on the owner occupied. So you say, how much money do I need to collect? And the dollar amount that I used to say what dollar amount do we want to collect, I laid that
I don't
against the
understand
million.
what owner occupied versus something else. What are you saying?
Okay.
Like, see, you got a value for a full property value. What does that mean versus an owner occupied value? What are the differences between those two?
So if you go back to the dollar amounts and say, if I'm only going to do owner occupied, it's a certain dollar amount. If I'm doing all the property in there,
What do you consider owner occupied though?
what is on file in the equalization office is owner occupied status on that parcel.
Oh, the part of the parcel that's.
Part of the parcel,
that has
whether or
a
not
house
it's
on it.
own, yes. So that parcel that is owner occupied specifically versus the rest of that. So an example in Wall, they only do a special assessment. They say that we need to raise $182,000.
Okay.
They divide the number of owner occupied within that taxing district by that 182,000, and they come up with a number that's about 240 annually per household. And so, for example, in the Wall taxing entity for their ambulance district, they are not including ag land, all the other properties in there. They're only doing the owner occupied. And so all the rural area, I mean, if somebody has 10,000 acres and it's got an assessed value of $5 million, that special assessment is only laid on the owner occupied status.
There's only so many people in the house.
Correct. And it has nothing to do with the dollar amount of the owner occupied. It is saying if you have an owner occupied structure on your parcel of land, if you have one owner occupied on 10,000 acres, you are paying $240.
Got you.
And if you live in Wall on a quarter-acre lot and you have a $100,000 home, you're paying $240 for that owner-occupied structure.
Because you're paying for the structure.
Correct.
Which is, this is different than what the fire department is, because.
Right, the fire levy, you're right, the statute is different. Under a fire levy, you cannot do a special assessment, you can only do a levy.
Okay. Isn't that what this is a levy though?
This is showing what a levy would be and a special assessment, because I'm just trying to give examples of if we just did owner occupied and we did a mill levy, or if we did the full value of the property, or if we did a special assessment.
Talking about an ambulance, you're really only talking about people. I mean.
Right, and that's why some ambulance districts only go a special assessment
Which
versus
the
a
fire
levy.
department would do the entire property.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
All right, next. So what if we do nothing? Rapid City Fire might not continue to subsidize rural ambulance without funding. Unorganized areas of the county and certain municipalities would lose ambulance service. And we could wait for the state to make some legislative changes and see how that impacts counties and municipalities. And next. And so getting kind of a recap, I did talk to, so I'm going to give an example of county support. And up in Butte County, they have Newell Ambulance, and I talked to the ambulance director up there, and they have a tri-party agreement in place. And so Newell Ambulance will cover a certain part of the area, and but anyway, under Butte County and the ambulance, and they do the same thing. Basically, they create a budget like the chief does. You create a budget, you anticipate what my call volume is going to be and what that revenue is going to be. And they factor that in based on the reimbursements, and then they come up with a budget. And so for their budget for Bell Newell, the budget was $813,000. They anticipated, based on their call volume and reimbursements on some of the numbers that I showed, on average, that they're going to have about $556,000 in revenue. So that gives them a shortfall of $257,000. And so utilizing their agreement and based on call volume, the city will provide 10% or $25,000 in Newell. Belle Fourche and the city of Belle Fourche and the county of Belle Fourche, to make up that difference, each pay 45% or $115,800 for both of those to continue that service. And so when you get into the real parts of the county, and I respect the chief's position on this, about we can't continue to lose money to provide a service in the rural parts of the county. And it comes down to the question comes down to when you look at what counties do, and this is my position, that's why I'm having the discussion with in a public meeting with my fellow board members. We are funding, our current levy is about, that we're generating for our various levies about $60 million. And our current public safety costs are eating up about the $60 million. And obviously we have other funding sources. The question comes down to, what is government's responsibility? Some of the calls I got were, well, isn't this something private industry could do? And I was in law enforcement here in Pennington County when, I believe anyway, I don't remember what year it was, that the private entity that was doing the ambulance service in Rapid City just parked the ambulances and walked off, and it got picked up by Rapid City Fire. And so if you just do the math as a business and you say, here's my anticipated expenses, this is what I'm going to get back in revenue, who's going to run a business like that you can't pay for? And part of the issues the rural communities are having as well, outside of, the own challenges within Rapid City, is a lot of these rural communities, hitting ambulance went down years ago, and then they staffed back up and got trained and came up. New Underwood's ambulance, I believe, went down in 2011, has never been stood back up. You cannot get people to come in and do this and say, be on standby. Some of even the smaller ambulance districts, they have some paid staff. They have some paid staff that just knowing on a weekend that I can respond when dispatch calls, I'm going to pay people standby pay. It's not a lot. So I'm going to pay you standby pay. Some of you are full-time employees, some part-time, some volunteers, a mix thereof, and trying to maintain those operations with the number of calls. It is a problem. And so I look at, EMS service as an essential service, and then I look at it and say, what are the functions of government? And so you look at what is a basic function of government, getting back to some of the comments this morning about we have essential services we need to provide, and what is that? And so when you have a populace that says, I can't do this on my own, a community that says, I can't support this, I can't do it on my own, I see it no different than law enforcement, roads, and infrastructure, and other things that we fund. And if you would pull it up, my last comment is going to be, it's a lot to digest, but we have to start somewhere. As a talking point would be the letter. And so what I wanted, I know that there is a lot of conversations to be had with many partners, not just within Pennington, but within the surrounding area. But the biggest question I got at the New Underwood meeting was, the chief was pretty direct and, not dissing what the chief had to say, but their concern is, what do we do if we don't have any rural ambulance service? And so believing anyway, that's what the county should do, is kind of take the leadership on this. And so I have kind of a draft letter here that I am asking the board, taking no other action other than today, but to start the conversation, and send the attached letter off to the chief at Rapid City in response to the letter that we got at the beginning of the year, and talking about that we are currently evaluating funding options, participation from affected partners. A discussion has been about forming a taxing district. Box Elder is working on their own thing. And each of these, require a process and a timeline. And so let's just say that if we had we were petitioned by the board, and our constituents and the people that we serve said, here's a boundary, we want to form a taxing entity. Go ahead and hold the public hearing, put the maps out, to do all of this stuff, and set that for an election and go through that process, have them have an election to go through the board, have the public hearings. I don't believe the timeline is favorable to have any collections coming in 2027. And so I said, I think it would be a better discussion for some of that long range, and not trying to come up with, what taxing entities and districts and try to get something in place before the end of the year without having a revenue stream that would go back to Rapid City and say, what is it going to take financially to cover continued service while Custer County, Meade County, and Pennington County are working on these issues. And so those are my talking points.
Mr. Chair. I'll open it up to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So, first of all, I appreciate Commissioner Durr taking the leadership role in this and putting this information together. It's good information. It's going to create some conversation for us with the numbers that he's put together on this. But we can't do the alternative of doing nothing. We need to do something, or we're going to revert back to providing not an ambulance service, but a transport service. And I don't think that's allowable this day and time. Back when I was coming up, instead of working with this Chief Culberson, I was working with his father, Chief Culberson, in Pierre as the fire chief there. And we provided, through the fire department or through civil defense, we provided transport services through the funeral homes for the rural areas, including in town too, but the rural areas. And our rural areas were big rural areas where you'd go 60, 70, 80 miles on an ambulance run. And like I say, we didn't provide any services other than use an emergency vehicle to go out and pick up the patient, try to keep them comfortable, but provided no other services than that. And that's not acceptable in this day and time. So thank you, Jerry, for putting this together.
Commissioner Hadcock? Commissioner Roskinek?
No, I echo Commissioner Drew's comments.
Okay. So I guess I think Commissioner Drew is asking if you guys want to send this letter.
I think it's the beginning. I'll make a motion to send the letter.
Is that correct? Is that what we're looking for?
Yep.
Okay, so I have a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay.
Andrews.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to send this letter to Chief Culberson. I do have a couple speaker request forms though. So Philip Schlioff. Philip, are you here?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Phil Schleif. I'm the Chief in Silver City. Also Secretary for the Pennington County Fire Chiefs Association and representative for the West District of the Fire Service Board. And appreciate your presentation, Commissioner Durr. It was very informative. And I don't want to take a lot of time. It's a very important issue for us in the West too. We don't get a ton of calls. About half of our calls are medical. I have emergency medical responders on my department. I don't have any EMTs. I don't have any paramedics. And so the ambulance service out of Rapid is key for us, and it saves lives. So thank you for everything you're doing on this. We appreciate it, and if there's anything I can do to help out, please let me know. Thank you.
Mike Mueller.
Fourth time, final time, Mike Mueller. For those of us that spend thousands of dollars on property and car insurance, I see this as an opportunity as presented. If it's a special assessment, I'd gladly give up my library card, not pay tax on that anymore. But I'd like to have ambulance service if it was needed. And if this was an assessment, I think it'd be an easy move, either through a levy or an assessment to get this to the common folks that don't have ambulance coverage right now. In the city of Rapid City, I don't know what their taxes are that give them ambulance service immediately because we're within city limits. But if it's life support, if it's 70-some% are low acuity situations where they're not life challenging situations, that's probably okay. That number makes sense. But in the event that I'm paying insurance right now, this would just be another piece of insurance. Insurance is transferring risk. When you transfer risk, you take that ambulance service coming down your driveway to take care of your loved one. So thank you, Jerry, for all the work, and I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you. All right. Did we vote?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, we got a motion.
Chair, yeah, just to have one comment, getting back to, the fire individuals in the room, and I did get a call, Commissioner Roskinek, from the fire chief up in Rockerville yesterday, and I've had calls from EMS people and, from many locales. And the comment that I'm getting back, and specifically from Rockerville Fire Chief, was this is a burden that cannot be picked up, so this stopgap in EMS services is not something that can be picked up by our rural fire departments. And talked about, individuals on there that have an EMT status, but, they can't go transport patients. And so it puts under our fire volunteer system, it's going to put an additional strain on there, and they are struggling right now to maintain, the operations that they have, let alone being expected to pick up a Delta from this. That is not a viable option. And getting back to county funding and input, we're generating about 280-some thousand off of the fire levy that we have. And then we are supplementing, our fire service with Jerome's office. This year's budget, I think, or next year's budget proposed is about 582,000, something just shy of 600,000. And so you could just say the levy being generated by, that fire levy is supporting about 50%, and the rest of that has to come out of general fund. And if you go back and look, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, I'm just pointing it as an example, the county got COVID money and went back and, distributed some of those funds, a couple million or more, back to getting some of our fire service areas to put up buildings. And so if you look historically back at what the county has done for fire service, we're collecting a levy and we're funding fire service out of our general fund. And so the thought process would be, if we're looking at trying to come up with some stopgap of funding or figure out what we're going to do in the long run to stabilize EMS in the rural areas of Pennington County. And again, when I say rural area, I live in a rural area south of New Underwood, but I'm talking anything outside the municipal boundaries of Rapid City, and we're talking about Rapid Valley. And, and so it has an huge impact on the community, and I appreciate, the opportunity to have the discussion, and then it's going to take a lot of input, moving forward, so.
Right. This is not something new. We've been having this conversation for quite some time now, and we involved, at one point we involved the fire coordinator only for the specifics of his fire jurisdiction districts, and the fact that he has strategic alliances a lot of times with the ambulance departments that are operating in these rural areas. And when Chief Culberson came to us with this situation that the pressure from the revenue sources was too extreme for him to take any more, than we knew at some point we'd have to redraw ambulance districts and how that looks. The Chief Culberson is not going to run away from any. If for some reason we don't come up with something, he's not going to run away. He's made that guarantee to me. There's no doubt that he'll live up to that. So I just want to reassure that the people in the rural communities understand that the city of Rapid City is still committed to providing the services. But what happens is the county's not mandated to provide ambulance services, but the fact of the matter is, it is really part of what we should be doing, is helping create ambulance districts and find out how they get funded, because they're not going to be funded by the city anymore, which a lot of them were subsidized from the city services, and it got to the point where it's gotten just too extreme. So we leaned a little bit on Jerome and his group, but not to put him under the spotlight, because he's already got his hands full with just handling the fire districts, and didn't want to be involved in trying to all the logistics and the minutia of bringing these ambulance districts together, because there's a lot of players. And you've seen somebody from an ambulance district in Hill City, and we don't want to step on the toes of the people that have sufficient ambulance districts right now. we're working through that process of drawing the boundaries, and then the taxation property. There's never been an option of not doing anything. That's not even an option. that we all understand that wasn't even a consideration for anybody. We are doing some things moving forward. We've had these discussions, and we're looking at drawing the boundaries, and we have to work with other counties that are outside of Pennington County to try to find how do we bridge those gaps, so without stepping on toes, because they have some agreements in place that really work for them, and we don't want to mess that up. So there'll be some cross-funding going by, whether the county has to step in and take that initiative to say, you're going to pay this, and it's whether it's a levy or a special assessment or whatever it's going to be, but someone's going to have to pay in the communities that are outside the municipalities or the districts that don't have anything. Will have something set up, and those boundaries are being sought out right now to try to figure out what makes the most sense. Work with the players in those communities, like Box Elder is looking, but they're also looking at maybe still, working. The Rapid City has not ruled out the fact that they could still be the provider, okay? So they would just need to be funded for that, because there's a shortfall. Like I think Jerry made it very specific and pointed out the shortfalls that are happening there. So we're trying to feel how to bridge those gaps, but it guaranteed from the city of Rapid City that they're not running away from everybody if for some reason something. If one district or some other district falls and it's a service that they're already provided and they're not running away from it, they're going to be here. We're going to work it out. It's something that the leadership of this commission needs to work on. We've been working on it a little bit. We're going to move it forward, and we'll have some districts drawn up, and we're going to try to work with the providers that are currently doing it as they have a better understanding of what is in their area, what's needed. And a lot of the times the fire and that ambulance service work hand in hand with it, but they don't cross over because they're not paramedics. I think that was mentioned earlier, the fact that the firemen are not paramedics and vice versa, and we all know that. So, but I don't want anybody to leave here with any fact that there's an option on the table to do nothing. That's not going to happen. This commission is already committed to doing whatever it takes to make something work. We want to work within the system that is there, and we want to respect the people that are going to make those decisions. But when it comes down to life safety issues, if we have to bring the hammer down and say this is what you're going to pay, then that's the reality of what's going to happen. So I hope that everybody understands that, and moving forward, that's what we'll be doing. So do we have a motion on the floor, guys?
Got a motion.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. So there you go. We're going to send a letter to Chief. He's sitting right there. He already got the letter in his head, but I'll just guarantee you he's 100% a man of integrity, and he knows the importance of life safety issues, and he's not going anywhere. He's not going to run from anybody or run from any accountability or responsibility. If someone wrecks their car and between here and Box Elder, he'll be there. I'll guarantee that. So there we go. Move on to the next item. Item 17, update reports from, Provisional Budget 16, I'm sorry. This is Jordan, and I know you're kind of in the same boat with a lot of these other people. Jordan had planned to bring a more detailed presentation to us today, but some kinks, a monkey wrench has been thrown into that.
Yes.
So Jordan, I'll just give you the floor if you just want to highlight it, or if you want to just move it on to the next. I know it's gonna snowball a little bit into our other budget process, but I know that it's something that just has to happen.
Yep, and so I will give just a really quick recap of kind of where we're at with the process. We don't need to dig into the numbers right now, but I should have prepared, as long as our technological limitations are lifted soon, I should be able to have updated personnel figures. I spent all of last week basically working on that. I want to get it out to the department heads first before it goes public as well, and I wasn't able to do that, unfortunately. So we do have now what we feel are much better, tighter personnel figures than even last year, and that we're comfortable now trying to forecast and say, okay, well, what happens if this scenario? What happens in this scenario? And so we should be able to, on the fly, have better ideas of what personnel costs are going to be.
Okay, so if the commissioners have a question that specifically involves personnel budget, text Jordan. don't try to email him, text him, and he'll try to make sure that either is it already in there or it could be added, so. Is that all you had, Jordan?
That's pretty much, unfortunately,
all
all
right,
I
we'll
can
move on to
really
item 17, and we'll update. We'll start with Commissioner Durr. Update for report from commissioners' meetings. Or committee reports, meetings, whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, we had, I missed the Wheat and Pest Board meeting because we had a commission meeting that day to go through, I think, budget, and then we had a couple of days of interviews and et cetera. So the only meetings I've had of late have been with multiple parties on the EMS issue.
Yeah, Drews, Commissioner Drews, or?
Well, I filled in, I don't remember how long ago this was, but I filled in on the care campus for Commissioner Ross Connect was gone that particular day. You know, it's constant changes going on there to a certain extent. They're in a position where they can make changes and adjustments to programs that they're doing, so everything seems to be going along well. Other than that, I missed the Complete Health board meeting. I was out of town for that, so that's all
I don't
I
think,
have.
I mean, he was here for one of those meetings, so I
Right.
don't think he probably missed a lot that he wouldn't have already told at the meeting, so. But he was here. I don't know, were you here for his presentation?
I was.
Okay,
He was here on Tuesday. Their meeting was on Thursday, and I was out of town on Thursday.
Okay, so perfect. Okay, and then I don't really have anything to cover. Ron's gone. Only thing is just what we've talked about this morning, a little bit about our interruptions that have been taking place. I've been trying to keep you guys in the loop on that. And moving forward, I gotta say that I'm very happy about how we've been moving forward. So, and I appreciate everybody's patience and understanding that we're gonna get back on track and we'll be bigger, badder, and stronger. And when we come out and figure out what our limitations were. Commissioner Hadcock, do you have anything? You got nothing either? Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to move into executive session pursuant to SDCL 125-2-1 for the purpose of discussing personnel.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr and a second by Drews, and we, all in favor say aye?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Go into executive session.
Out of executive.
We have a motion to come out of executive session, Durr, second by Hadcock. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn.
Motion from Durr to adjourn.
Second.
Second from Drews to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.